Welcome to everybody. I'm just going to check, make sure that the live stream is functioning here before going too far. Great, it's working. So welcome everybody, and thanks for joining in today for the Master Symposium, a Visual Arts Department of HED. So I'm Patricia Reed. I'm joining you from Berlin. And I just first like to extend a big thanks to the team at HED and to Doreen Mende from the CCC for entrusting me to put this program together, and to Julie Marmet for all her coordination with the guests and everybody. And a big thanks also to Alex Jons for their incredible technical direction in making this live stream possible. And of course, very grateful to all of the participants that you will be introduced to over the course of the day. And in many cases, who I kind of gave a bit of an unorthodox guideline in terms of creating presentations. So grateful for that. And lastly, a shout out to Mbai Diop, Matthias Paulus, and Ruyun Zhao, who are artists of the of various master's departments at HED, and they've contributed in noisy intervention, which I'm sure you will discover. So the title of this symposium, as you saw, is Value in Noise, Inhabitation at High Dimensions. So basically throughout the day, we're going to be sort of refracting through this idea. We're going to be refracting on value, both in a kind of economic sense, but also in this moral, ethical, or axiological sense, as well as noise, right? And noise as it relates to both sort of information, randomness, and aesthetics. And we're lucky today that we're going to be refracting on that through a quite diverse array of practices, from artists, composers, archaeologists, philosophers, architects, and designers. So we've got a pretty full day ahead, so we're going to try really to stick to schedule. And we've got several sort of real-time presentations, right, happening live, as well as several sort of asynchronous interventions that have been commissioned specifically for this event, such as annotated listening sessions and various project presentations. And in this way, because we're dealing particularly with noise, headphones are highly suggested. Particularly for the screenings and listening sessions, I would highly suggest that if you have that available to you. And as you see, there's a chat function on Twitch you're welcome to use respectfully. And, welcome to pose questions in English or French throughout the day, particularly for those guests who happen to be present in real time. And if you post them in French, I'll just do my best to translate to the rest of the group. And yeah, I mean, just a kind of a note about the format that we're experimenting with. We just thought that, or I thought that, there's a real difficulty in translating, in just doing a giant Zoom call or translating a physical conference to online. So I thought rather we just go full speed ahead with this kind of broadcast medium and think of today as a kind of collective binge watching session. And so that seemed kind of like an appropriate experiment to test out as a format for delivering, this sort of material. But in that way, kind of ask for your patience, because we're basically two people trying to figure this out throughout the day, and it does come with a bit more technical hurdles. So if there's some small glitches or so on, please bear with us. Yeah, and then let me just grab my some slides here of mine and share my screen with you. Hang on one second. All right, so going to share the screen. All right, so well, I don't want to print this. I would like to play this. So 1 sec. There we go. So yeah, so now you should see the screens. So yeah, so basically, just to kind of, again, continue on this sort of mapping out of the plan of day, one thought that I had for after the symposium that I thought could be quite, relevant and hopefully fun experiment is to create a collective glossary out of this common viewing experience. So basically throughout the day, in the course of your sort of diligent note-taking, I'd like to ask you to, note down some concepts, terms, and ideas that have resonated with you. And after the symposium, I'd like you to form, like small groups of say 2 or 3, and identify, 2 or 3 terms or concepts you'd like to work on. And without using a dictionary, to provide a sort of elaboration of the terms. So basically these elaborations could of course be in English or French. They could take the form of writing, image making, or a diagram. And it should be like maybe a couple of paragraphs in length. And of course you may want to do like a quick research about the terms and concepts you identified, to connect them to the relevant authors and discourses and methods and practices and so on. And the idea here is that we can then recompile these entries or these submissions into a collective glossary as a PDF, and then send that back to everyone who's taken part basically in the day. So yeah, if there's any questions or anything about that, feel free to ask. And so basically for the rest of this time between us, just me, before our guests start to arrive, and basically for the next 30 minutes, I'd just like to present a bit of a background on the ideas behind the event. And like, why the topic of noise seemed like a valid point of departure was because we're in a quite, we're in a context of a large gathering with many diverse practices and approaches. And I thought noise was quite interesting because it allows for sort of like wide-reaching implications. And it kind of serves as a kind of bridging concept across a variety of interests, mediums, and fields and contexts of applications. So basically it was kind of figuring noise, and we'll certainly see this directly with the work of Inigo Wilkins and Cécile Malaspina later on in the day. It's a vehicle to think about indisciplinary practices, as Jacques Rancière would call them. So noise can be seen as a vehicle through which indisciplinarity can be thought and practiced. So moving on. So basically the way that I've been refracting value and noise in my own thought, it can be encompassed more by, I'd say, the second part of the symposium title, Inhabitation at High Dimensions, particularly as it relates to planetary concerns. So inhabitation is a mode of concrete or practice-based coexistence. So it names an activity, a kind of mode of doing. Whereas with high dimensions refers more to this domain of spatial models, which is how we may, begin to reconsider planetary space. So the consequences of which, and I'll be making this clear as we go along, they imply a reconsidered understanding of situatedness or sort of being embedded in a world. So, what do we mean by dimensions in the first place? So geometrically speaking, we can say a space of low dimensions, say like 2D, two-dimensional space. All it means is that only 2 coordinates are required to locate a point within the spatial system. So, like locating yourself on a map. Where things get really dicey is if we say 13 dimensions, one would require 13 coordinates to localize a point, right? So infinitely more complicated. So basically the proposal that I'm working from and sort of ask you to, indulge me in, in following along is that the planetary implies a transformation of the very space of coexistence. And if the space of embedding life forms is different, right? If the very ground is different, the ways we picture causality, accountability, relationality, responsibility are also, fundamentally transformed as well. This, I realize, is quite an abstract proposition without much sensorial, phenomenal, or practical guidance as to what this may mean at the scale of human life activities. So the idea is when we start combining inhabitation with high dimensions, we're trying to evoke a feedback dynamic between these sort of concrete practices and abstract models without putting them into a false fight, or that you have to choose only one. So the other premise, underwriting this inquiry, or it's a derivative at least, is that since Euromodernity, has been notably linked to a certain invention of a certain genre of space for its worlding practices, if we are attempting to sort of exit the pernicious consequences of this mode of existence, as we now know through the proliferation of the capitalocene, plantationocene, anthropocene, however you want to call it, if we want to exit this pernicious consequences of this mode of existence, it requires the invention of an alternative space within which this kind of self-conscious embedding can be ethically and justly localized. So I realize that some of this is a bit dense, especially first thing in the morning. But I think if we give these propositions or these provocations a little bit more clarity through a kind of historical account, let's say, and the background for me for this high dimensional spatial problematization has been definitely catalyzed by Sylvia Wynter's genealogical and theoretical account of our present, like how we got here. So for Wynter, all societies, no matter their historical, geographic specificity, they are governed primarily via the authority of idealized human self-concepts, right? Images of an idealized human. So human self-conceptions are themselves, they're not universal, right? Which is to say they're regionally specific, which is why we have the existence of vastly different cultures and societies. But the function of these human self-idealizations as a kind of law-like force is quite universal for Wynter. And she names these idealizations or self-concepts, she calls them genres of being human. So basically they serve as a kind of primary frame of reference for organizing the practices and norms belonging to social life. So basically these genres of being human, they set up a reference point from which epistemic, economic, representational, and normative orders cascade. And because this feedback dynamic, it externalizes a particular genre of being human in formal, like what I mean, institutional ways, but also informative informal or normative ways. This produces a kind of reproductive system of self-reference that not only confirms, but incentivizes compliance with a particular genre of being human. And this, of course, includes knowledge systems that belong to these worlds that also affirmatively correspond to the idealization of this human genre. So it basically sets a ground of self-reference through which societies come to judge, what is upheld as legitimate, good, true, natural, relevant, possible, necessary, etc. So basically such a reproductive system of self-reference, especially with regards to epistemology or knowledge making, it bends towards the structuring and evaluation of knowledge that confirms the truth value of this human idealization. And this is what Catherine McKittrick has called adaptive truths. Because of the material structuring force of this self-referential system, Wynter claims or asserts that there can be no paradigmatic social or political transformation without a transformation in the genre of being human. So basically, according to Wynter, to change the social historical world in a sort of paradigmatic way is to change the genre of being human that enables and gives, navigational orientation to this such a possibility. So in other words, paradigmatic transformation is bound to processes of learning in adaptation. And the question of constructing non-adaptive perspectives, I think quite a pertinent one within the context of art. So that's going to be something I'll ask you to just keep in your mind as a thought experiment for now, right? A non-adaptive perspective, what would that mean? I don't have the concrete answer. These are also problems I'm working through as well. So basically, again, to continue with our, genealogical, a mixture of a genealogical and theoretical account from Wynter, she's described our now globalized social political condition as, that it's driven by this kind of unilateral genre of being human, which is basically the establishment of a referent we that is supposed to stand in for all of humanity. So for Wynter, the genealogy of what Lewis Gordon calls Euromodern, unilateral genre of being human, can be traced to the 15th century. Of course, she's speaking of Columbus controversially, and Copernicus as well. So we can trace this movement to the 15th century, where the heavens became de-godded, and unknown seas and geographies and nature itself became subject to rational explanation, and as a result, exploration. So this is the period that she brackets through the figure of man one. So and this of course is marking specifically the invasion of the Americas, 1492. So man one emerges as a homo politicus with purported rational agency, no longer subservient to God's fate. However, as a referent human model, it is also exploited to justify violent domination of all those who do not comply with this particular way of being human. So such a rupture set a pathway for the consequent 19th century dethroning of the human as a, godly sanctified creature, as marking it as indistinct from other species, and this is of course referring to the discovery of evolution. And this is where we see the appearance of man two. So Wynter's framing of this genealogy between man one and two, it basically describes a kind of Janus-faced reality. So at once you have, epistemic achievements of universal human cognitive activity to reason and navigate, yet an achievement that of course also precipitated and particularized genocide, enslavement, ecocide, and colonialism that persists in the present in, institutional, normative, and epistemic structures. So it gives rise to both of these predicaments. So what's going on here is basically what was once a regionally bound European genre being human basically became related to a monohumanism, manifesting in the more figure of Homo economicus, which I'm sure you've all heard the term before. So what this means is that basically the modern come globalization project may be operationally or logistically and communicatively expansive. Its governing rules, norms, and semantic encodings remain largely local, right? Basically, you take a point and inflate it in a very disproportionate way. So if we consider this premise through the lens of less through the lens of sheer scale, but more in terms of dimensionality, we can say that our present, while it is large, is of a low order of dimensionality in many ways. So basically, with this very brief picture of Wynter's genealogy in mind, and I definitely encourage you to take a look at her work. It is something that takes a bit of investment, and it is very much worth the time and energy it demands of you. So what I've painted just earlier is is almost like a blasphemous succinctness of the breadth of her work. But nonetheless, with this kind of brief genealogy in mind, of how this inflation of a particular model human came to shape current planetary conditions. And these, quite importantly, that Wynter notes, they compel us to contend with the question of existence within an entangled environment in common. Right? The planetary is an entangled environment in common. It is curious to think of the development of such a human model through representational techniques, right? There's, curiously in Wynter's work, there's a lot of space where we can start looking at technology, the history of technology through her genealogical framework, or certain art historical developments through her framework, because she doesn't specifically address them. So here we can start to see the influence of not only developing philosophical concepts of the human, but how they are either integrated into ways of seeing, which Massimo Scolari's theory of anti-perspective reminds us is also a way of thinking, right? Or are, how these more sort of abstract philosophical concepts are co-emergent with inventing world models, right? So that is to note the origins of this monohumanism referent we of humanity. And what I mean by that is this is kind of, at the time, very unorthodox picture of the human that is said to be a rationally masterful creature, completely separated from nature. And this, this kind of birth of philosophical humanism coincides with the birth of classical perspective. And what that is a way to represent reality in a so-called naturalistic way that, of course, as we know, proliferated in the Renaissance. So crucially, this mode of representing reality is not just indexed to a couple of works, right? It's not just like one artist does this sort of thing. It's a method, meaning that it lent itself to mimesis, right? You can copy, anyone can use this method. And it takes on qualities in that sense of a template, an early template, you may say. So what we have is the co-emergence of this abstract philosophical concept, of course, at the time, right? This picture of the human as this creature that is no longer bound to God or fatalism. Alongside a template that offered up a spatialization of this concept. It offered a way to localize and position the human within this frame, right? As a representational technique. So in the logic of a wholly human determined world, it follows that so-called, accurate picture, pictorial depiction of reality has no problem in distorting reality in order to conform to the human biocultural system. So the relation between the concept and the spatializing framework of the concept participates in making of a world optimized purely by and for this particular genre of being human. So clearly this us of a generic humanist human was always partial in practice, including its representational tropes, meaning we've never been generic or that humanity has never been, practically realized. despite the rhetorical or idealized proliferation of the term. So as Massimo Scolari has documented in his account of the sort of utter failure of trying to export this representational technique as a kind of, a tool for missionaries, the utter failure of Jesuit missionaries in China in around the 16th and 17th centuries, while there may have been a kind of technical appreciation of the European mimicking of human vision in China, the premise of a single proper vantage point was conceptually rejected, and even more condescendingly, Soche is quoted as saying, "He who judges a painting according to the concept of resemblance shows the understanding of a child." So the dismissal of this form of representation in China, according to Scolari, boiled down to a rejection of narrating and positioning the human as a sort of comparative measure for all things. So what I want to highlight with this kind of detour through this spatial thing is that it's not enough to simply imagine new genres of being human, as if this concept alone could bear material consequences in a world. But its coming into existence is tied to the invention of externalities with which to interact, right? I think this highlights also, this feeds into other dilemmas we face, particularly in our moment, between knowing about something and then knowing how to, knowing what to do as a result of that propositional knowledge, right? Which is, ultimately this kind of how do you connect what you know to practices. So basically this philosophical concept is tied to, in order to kind of materialize it in the world, is, one requires this way of externalizing it. So these mediating tools, right? These tools of that allow us to externalize and interact with things. These are ways of enabling participation in reality in certain ways, where Alain Badiou has noted that participation is understood to be at the sort of intersection between the sensible and the intelligible, writing that ideas would be nothing if they were incapable of being accessed from what is given in the sensible. So an open question throughout our sessions today, and I think questions relevant for us practicing artists, concerns this very issue of constructing such participatory intersections between concepts and sensorial access. And of course, when we talk about accessing something that is sensorially given, how do we imagine, is it even possible to access something via the senses in worlds that do not yet exist, right? This is, again, open questions I'm putting out there for you. There are certainly questions that are I'm working through. So to return to the question of inhabitation at high dimensions, a genre of space that is structured by planetary entanglement, we're faced with the question of localization, how to locate things, right? Which is a question of perspectival construction. So in her elaborations on entanglement, Denise Ferreira da Silva has underscored that the principle of separability has been foundational to the Euromodern project. To recall, we see this residual artifact in the separation of the human from the ground in linear perspective. So in a worldview conditioned by the principle of separability, the world is operationalized, sorted, thought, and configured to confirm its existence as, quote, an ordered whole composed of separate parts relating through the mediation of constant units of measurement. De Silva's theorization traces the violence enacted by such a foundation of, knowing the world, and how such ways of, imaging have penetrated human social organization, such that they both produce and rehearse human cultural difference as a, quote, fundamental separation between human collectives in terms of nationality, ethnicity, and social, gender, sexual, racial identity that delimit the reach of the ethical notion of humanity, end quote, as an unbridgeable divide across difference. So the naturalization of separability we may add to De Silva's account is what enables the conceptual disconnection of some, human figures from nature as well. Of course, this exceptionality bequeath those who enact this geographically specific model of knowing, of belonging to the sort of mono-humanist genre being human. So in De Silva's critique, the existence of difference assumes separation, an assumption that she refutes, proposing rather to think difference without separability. And I think this is such a beautiful turn of phrase that has been haunting me in a good way for years. And in so doing, she offers an image of entanglement that is difference preserving in its dimensionality. So I think this is important, since in a vision of entanglement that, that moves against this flattened or lessening of dimensionality, as we described with this kind of long modernity. So it undoes that. And I think it also, De Silva's model also undoes this conventional diagram of entanglement, where we tend to put points on a page and connect them with lines, because she's really much more focused on emphasizing this emergent space-time of differential interaction over sheer connection. So just to wrap up, before we move on to our first round of presenters. So the principle of separability is basically what enables this milieu subtracting sort of like prejudice, if you want, in terms of how agency is imagined, conceptually localized, and subsequently orchestrated. And by this, I mean, we also see this even in this kind of the projection of this idealization, even in terms of systems of valuation that utterly fail to account for, say, material reality. By this, I mean, negative externalities in economics. So basically, the sobriety of the planetary is that metabolic reality has never been externalizable, right? You could never make that separation of the human from the ground. And in this way, the principle of separability can be seen as contributing to a situation of reality withdrawal, right? So I'm trying to draw an epistemic consequence from her move, which is to kind of, create a delusional world in a sense. So planetarity requires an overcoming of this cosmological framework of separation in order to construct conditions of inhabitable entanglement, because the planetary indexes the material and ethical exhaustion of a model world premised on separability. And this of course, this exhaustion amounts to the end of the world as we know it in De Silva's words, which is not the end of the universe, right? It's the end of the world as we know it. She emphasizes the no, calling on us to think about it and engage with it differently. And this, of course, unfolds into the question of how practices of knowing are to be imagined within a separately diverse, high-dimensional space constituted of planetary entanglement. So maybe I'll kind of wrap up with an open question that I can share with you, a question that I find compelling. I hope you do too. Maybe we can keep it in the air over the day. But basically, for better or for worse, planetary entanglement has increased the dimensionality of coexistence, such that it's impossible to separate position or location from the whole, despite the differential qualities of that position or location. So between mutual interdependencies and consequences of individual activity today, according to what measure does the determination of one's location begin and where does it end? So I think this is what can be described as a thickening of location, a condition for which everyday models of orienting ourselves according to spatial, axioms of this given world still very much tied to the link between Euclidean and phenomenological connection in a way. They're entirely inadequate to the implication of coexistence at this scale. So this is maybe similar to what De Silva calls fractal thinking, which calls for thinking and sensing, quote, at different scales simultaneously. And I think we're going to see a great example of this in Suyu Hsin's film Frame of Reference later on in the afternoon, right? So to think and sense at different scales simultaneously. Learning to construct orientation within thickened locations implies nourishing a sensibility of what we can think of as transpersonal agency. Right, so we have to transform our concepts of agency that are no longer just sheer voluntaristic will of an individual. And this sort of transpersonal agency is what overflows a single fixed vantage point. So this sort of transpersonal agency may be a deliberate we of social solidarity or an accidental aggregate of entities. Yet both modes of orientation in a world deny the relevance of perspectival fixation on the fixity of a point. So orientation in a transpersonal spatial framework is less a question of where one is and more a question of how one hangs in relation. So I think there's a conceptual prioritization of coexistence, right, constituted by relations, over granular existence or a point, which is where I argue that most of Euromodernity has been centered. So the lingering question that I'll leave, end on here, is, how may we draw or imagine perspective from this space of common entanglement? And I will, end it at that. And I hope all of the streaming worked. Let me join you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to another part of the program, which is an asynchronous contribution that was commissioned, called about dealing with this idea of an annotated listening session. So if you have headphones nearby, I encourage you to grab them, put them on. We're going to have an annotated listening session from JP Caron, who is a philosopher and artist based in Rio de Janeiro. And he's a lecturer at the Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro and an instructor at the New Center of Research and Practice. He's a member of the subset, very interesting group, the subset of theoretical practice, and it's basically a collective dedicated to the thinking of new forms of political agency, new forms of political agency and organization. And he's also the founder of Seminole Records. It's an experimental music label under which he's published, released many of his own albums in the last 15 years. So he's going to be presenting on a concept that's a kind of a sonic podcast sort of thing that is on exemplifying anonymity. And you will, at the beginning, JP has also generously contributed a suggested playlist if you're interested in exploring, a sonic correlate to this idea of exemplifying anonymity. Early on in the live stream, there'll be a screen where there are QR codes which link to, Bandcamp albums that you can download, or, a YouTube video of a live set of somebody that he thinks, an artist that he thinks, or a work that he thinks is corresponding to this particular theme. So I will, with that, I think we can head over to JP's contribution, and we will be back shortly afterwards.
In what follows, I intend to carry on some of the consequences of upholding anonymity in artistic practice. One will see that my approach will not tackle just the typical examples of the unsigned work, the author of which remains concealed from the audience, but also different forms of distance between authorship, self-expression, and the musical object. The reason for this is to tackle briefly, through some examples, the way in which impersonal elements shape and condition even that which appears as the result of overt self-expression, characteristic of traditional music and sound-making. This is an attempt to approach what Reza Negarestani once called complicity with anonymous materials. Anonymity, thus, is not only the unsigned, but also and foremost that which doesn't carry a name. A name is an index of an understanding. That which is named is enmeshed in a certain set of relationships to other concepts and objects. It is, as Patricia would say, indexed. Anonymity here is also then that which remains concealed from overt acknowledgement within that which is acknowledged. It is thus a marker of noise within the message. Intuitively, one can understand noise in opposition to information, as that material excess of the medium that disturbs the message supposedly being conveyed. This would pit noise against information as opposites, but as Cécile Malaspina shows in her An Epistemology of Noise, information also depends on noise, since, according to Claude Shannon, information is that which evades redundancy. Information is not then opposed to noise so much as it is a specific gradient of noise, a degree of unpredictability that is neither total nor null. But being anonymous in the aforementioned sense is not sufficient to propose anonymity as an aesthetic structural concept. If anonymous materials are always already present in any message-conveying medium, then they are trivial. It becomes redundant unless it is presented as that which is exemplified. I quote Nelson Goodman. Consider again an ordinary swatch of textile in a tailor's or upholsterer's sample book. It is unlikely to be a work of art or to picture or express anything. It's simply a sample, a simple sample. But what is it a sample of? Texture, color, weave, thickness, fiber content. The whole point of this sample, we are tempted to say, is that it was cut from a bolt and has all the same properties as the rest of the material. But that would be too hasty. An infinity of different properties can be symbolized by a sample. How are we to individualize the property that is not only possessed by the sample, but that the sample is expressing, or in Goodman's technical sense, is exemplifying? Thus, being anonymous in the symbolic sense of conveying anonymity is not the same as just having the property of sheltering an anonymous excess. Anonymity must be exposed as anonymity. The material access must be shown as material access, and that does characterize a lot of noise music. In the piece Noise Composition 5, an accumulation of residual noise present in cassette tapes is proposed through repeated and recursive recording of blank tapes to blank tapes. This residual noise, or tape hiss, accompanies all the elements traditionally recorded on tape, like a mark of the medium, as much as vinyl crackle is the watermark of vinyl recordings. In the piece Non-Empty, music for the sound of technological media non-recorded and or recorded with their own recording process sounds, Noise Composition 5 constitutes the material of one channel, while Gustavo Torres' Empty Vinyl constitutes the material of the other. Whereas Noise Composition 5 consists of the sound of empty cassette tapes, Torres' piece consists of the sound of a vinyl pressing recorded onto the vinyl disc itself, the sound of the machine pressing content onto the vinyl. The result is an unusual counterpoint between, on one side, tape hiss, on the other, vinyl crackle. Formally, the piece is also determined by elements of the material medium. Non-Empty is divided in 3 parts. The duration of each part was determined by the duration of each side of the vinyl disc. The duration of the cassette tape is the same as 3 times the side of the vinyl, but consequent upon the fact that the vinyl must switch sides, which takes some time, only one side of the tape is insufficient in order to last until the end of the piece. Thus, the cassette tape switches sides once. Both the materials are segregated in the mix, vinyl on the left side, cassette on the right side. Let's listen to the synchronized switching of both cassette and vinyl at 2/3 of the piece. In the piece, the represented contents are given up in order to focus on an index of the medium that is usually in the background. What is heard as a musical representational element, but it is known that it is an element of the mechanism, an inescapable condition for the functioning of the material mechanism that accompanies and makes possible all representations, musical elements that are traditionally recorded.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas. Thank you.
It's like Eurovision.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you are recharging after the first section. We are very lucky to be joined by Werner, who will be giving us a secret, private, ultra VIP tour of the of a new installation that will be opening on April 8th in Lebach House. What is it called? Lenbach House.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Lenbach House, Kunstbau, a very immense polyvocal, polyphonic sound installation. And yeah, it's called Spatial Jitter. And so just to introduce Jan, so Jan is an artist and musician based in Berlin, and he's the founding member of the music group Mouse on Mars. He also releases a solo work on his own Fieblata catalog. And Jan has also been a visiting professor at the MIT's program in Art, Culture, and Technology, so ACT. And he served as a professor for interactive art and dynamic research at the Academies of Nuremberg and Munich. I'm delighted to have you, Jan, because you've really opened my visually biased perspective when thinking about perspectivalism, and really forced me to engage with it in a sonic dimension. So I'm really grateful for our conversations and happened behind the scenes. Grateful that you accepted the invitation to keep the conversation going and maybe make it a little bit more outward facing for those joining us. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Patricia. The first text I read by you, to me was was very sound, affectionate. It represented, let's say, sound thinking, not in the sense that it would evoke any musical synesthesia, but the openness and the engagement with dimension, with relationships, with like identities in flux. And I don't mean like a changing identity as such, but an identity that is in relation with others and actually defines itself through a relationship, a conflict, a separation, or a coming closer with another identity. That this systematic, to me, is very profound to the research that me and my group are having. Sound is like is basically you could say an entrance. It's an entrance ticket. It's not the full story. It's really a first step into this kind of different sensing or different sense making. What brought us to this installation in Munich, which is, you could say, it's a composition in space. It's an exploration of space, but it's also a redefinition of a space, very formalized, because it's a museum. And it's made, or it used to be an underground train station. So the dimensions of this space, the dimensions of this room, I can see a bit of the end here, and somehow you see the other end of that room. It's 110 meters long and about 20 meters, or a little less than 20 meters wide. And it's an underground that's basically copying below this one. So sometimes you hear a train running through this building, rumble, and you get some of the noises. But this is a shielded box, which is for traveling exhibitions, for contemporary arts, curated by the Lenbach House, which is a very prestigious Munich institution for basically expressionism, a bit of, Blauer Reiter, Kandinsky, this kind of like really, the foundation of what we would call the 20th century avant-garde, or, exploration in avant-garde. And this is why they're sometimes opening up to contemporary statements that kind of reach beyond the yeah, the forms of the visual, or the strategies of the visual. And they've had a few sound-based things. They have outsider art, or like Hilma af Klint, like people envisioning invisible worlds basically as image, but they're kind of like depicting ghost worlds, or different relationships of human being with the other, quite esoteric. But so in a way, this exhibition is really an extending, from a perspective of Lehmbachhaus, this is extending a view on visual avant-garde that started in the you say, like, yeah, maybe late 19th, predominantly early 20th century, and now has embraces sound, which is, I think, a big step, but a logical step somehow, to include sound in a contemporary arts discourse, so to speak. So this is a sound installation, you could call it that, but it's also a visual installation, just not showing visuals as new works, but re-visualizing the space, or rethinking the visual dimensions and visual rules that are dominant in this space. So what we're doing with the instruments that we've built, all the stuff we're using is basically custom made. I hope the internet connection isn't cutting. This is, as I said, underground, and I'm using my mobile phone connection. So this is a speaker we've built for this installation.
Well, we seem to have lost Jan at the moment of this grand speaker reveal. But maybe I can, while we wait for him to see if he's hopefully able to reconnect. One of the, full disclosure, I was writing an essay about this piece for this exhibition because of that sort of ongoing dialogue that I mentioned earlier on. And basically, it was actually when I mentioned this idea of, transpersonal agency in the beginning of the day. This was very
mid-range and high range, and they send beams. So this now.
Okay, so hopefully you will come back. I will just send him a little text and let him know that he is disappeared. Just give me one sec here. Right, okay, so back to this idea of, why I wanted to have him here today was also to think about, when I was speaking about, this largely sort of like visual cultures, representational history, where we could manifest that particular genre of being human in a very, formalized, repeatable, methodical, spatialized way. That when I was thinking a lot, and coming from a visual arts background, when I was thinking about this problem of like, what would be different perspectival methods or modes of approach for these spaces of, high dimensionality or entanglement, I really, it's through the friction of encountering someone from another field, I realized I was always sort of blindly assuming that this was a visual problem. And what was very curious about introducing, let's say, the problem space to somebody from another, that is like more dealing with more of a kind of another medium, or coming from a different set of tools and so on, was that the way that they saw this as a completely acoustic issue. So that was also quite an interesting example of like, the lesson being is to like share your problems with people from outside your field, because it's really curious about what you can learn by exposing those problems to these other perspectives. But I see Jan is now back, and I will give him over the floor, and hopefully the connection will work, will be stronger. Are you there, Jan?
Sorry, yeah. I moved too far away from my hotspot. Basically, I took my phone with me, but then it lost connection in the space. So we're really in a bunker.
We don't see your image, by the way. Is it possible to show the image? Because we don't. There we go. Perfect.
Sorry?
We didn't see the image before. So
my camera is on.
Okay, great. I'll shut off my camera so that.
Which image?
We see the.
Okay, great.
I'll shut off my camera.
But can you see the space?
At the moment, no.
Because my camera is on. I'll switch it off and back on.
Yeah, I think it's the internet. It's like defaulting you to what do you call it? You know how it shuts off your camera when you don't have the bandwidth?
Yeah, but I should. I am having an okay connection. Actually,
okay. Alex says that it's. I see the room, but it's a bit laggy.
But you have an image, a vague image of the room?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes, we do. Okay, go on. Sorry. Please share.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm messing up your symposium. So
not at all. You're dealing with technological mediation. That's how it works.
Yeah, and the flaws and glitches are part of the game, actually. So the interruptions and yeah, whatever you want to call it, problems. They're also obviously they're like Aufforderungen.
Yeah, that's the brilliant thing about doing a symposium about noise, is you can say it's a part of performative decision on the part of technology. But go ahead, Jan. I'll shut down my mic now.
I mean, I was thinking, okay, so I think I explained what we're doing here. So the speakers are also moving. I will not move around. You will just have to imagine now, I guess, what stuff doing. Let me see if I can show you, give you an idea of the sound. I don't know if it transcends. The sounds are all electronically made, except a few percussion.
Oh, we've lost the audio. I'm afraid, Jan. Hello. Oh, this is always so frustrating. German internet in 2022, and it's still this bad. Okay. So yeah, I mean, just to kind of Oh, are you back, Jan? No. Okay. So yeah, just to say that, like, I think, and that's also one thing that will be, because I think, like, one of the, I did mention this in the intro as well, was one of the reasons why I wanted to use this vehicle of noise was also because it's a way to kind of bridge across many different disciplines and areas of practice. And one question that I always have is, like, how to be sensitive to noise in the sense of, like, almost this kind of frictional encounter where you can, like, you know, become self-aware of the limitations of your own thought. This is where you can sort of, like, update commitments to various positions and so on. So this is like, you know, one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it to the fore and bring also this kind of array of practitioners was to see how, you know, how people practice through various disciplines and like what that entails. So, Jan, are you there now?
Yeah, I'm sorry that it keeps cutting off. I didn't.
No worries.
I didn't move.
All right, we'll give it a go again.
No, I think this is actually an interesting point as well, a point of observation or experience when information is being cut or interrupted. Is noise only the overload of unusable information? Is it basically overload of information? You don't even judge the information because you can't judge it because it's noise, because it's informal. It isn't coded. It's vague. It's maybe physical. It's maybe overwhelming. It is maybe very, very close to you, like you're standing in a waterfall. But it still is noise because you can't really differentiate. But there is also this idea of like noise cutting into a stream of information. In auditory psychology, an auditory stream is basically what we would call sound or a soundscape or music, anything that has a progression in information. And there are very interesting experiments in perceptual psychology dealing with interrupting streams. We talk a bit about this in the Spatial Theatre book that Patricia also contributed an article to. So how do you deal with this when you're shifting perspective, but you're not actually, you're not consciously making this transition? You're shifting perspective just like in no time. What happens if a stream of information is interrupted for a period of time that makes it impossible for you? And I'm not judging this period of time. It doesn't even have to be a long period of time. It's a certain period of time that makes it impossible to connect what happened before with what happens after. It can just be the lack of certain information that is, or like an addition of information that happens between this after compared to a so-called before. And this is something that we're also really exploiting in this exhibition. What happens if you experience a sound when you enter a space and then you walk into that space and that sound is changing or it's disappearing and then coming back at a later point or at a different location in that space? Will you be able to compare the information that you get there with the information you got over there? Are we even able to do that? Would we continuously try to create a stream, like really forcefully try to create consistence, or are we able to accept these jumps and these jolts and these sudden shifts in perspective or scale, dimension, consistence, materialism, and this is what we're playing with here, obviously, but it's also a challenge that some people accept more willingly and other people object more deliberately. And a lot of cliches come to us. For some, it's like, oh, this sounds ghost-like. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, this is loud. And we're actually quite low volume with this installation. So people perceive, the longer you stay in this room, the louder certain sounds appear, although compared to the outside, which is a very busy square in Munich, and there is this underground station. I've just told you there's a train running below this level. You would think, oh, this room is very silent, and even the installation compared to that is quite reduced in volume. But people would like sense it as something that's somehow overwhelming or is strange, is alienating. And then other people would say, like we have some of the guards here who say like, oh, this is so nice. You're really dealing with the space. You're really playing with this room. And we don't have that much. Usually when with an exhibition, people come in here, they create exhibition architecture, they separate the rooms, they build extra walls, the object of desire, the image or the sculpture, this is what's being displayed. The object of desire here is the actual space, but how do you desire an object that isn't complete? And for the gods, this is great. There's an element of anarchy that most of them actually embrace, and we became buddies also because we're hanging out in the space since 2 weeks. And of course, usually at exhibitions you don't have it that much, so they kind of bond. But it's nice to actually get their reaction. They're the first visitors of the exhibition. What's also interesting to us is this a composition? Is this a sculpture? Is this an experience that's actually ideally not even related to any materialism, any loudspeaker object or turning speaker or something? So, I mean, all these questions. I don't want to get too deeply into it, but I think the idea that noise is also exactly this interruption or strange comparisons, juxtapositions, collage. That's maybe what I would like to contribute. And I don't want to stretch time too much. I'll just press play and see if you can grab some of the sounds in here. I can't really run around, which would be ideal. I wanted to put the computer on this bike. This is how we experience bike on the street. It's one of these bikes, the bike, and then we have all these tools here. So he restored it, and now we cycle around and listen to the exhibition on bike. And
hey, Jan,
I turn this way, and hopefully, yeah.
Just to say that, like, I'll say the suggestion that if we were going to have a more of an acoustic experience, maybe we have better bandwidth if you shut off the camera.
Yes, I will. Mm-hmm. But then you don't see the speaker moving, which is actually quite nice. I'll see. Maybe if I stay on that side of the column, I can go a little closer to this this object back there. I don't know if you see that.
Yeah, we don't see anything.
No.
Oh, you've been frozen for a while.
Can you see anything? Am I back?
I can hear.
Okay, I'll shut off the camera. I think you have to come.
Are you there? Oh, I think there may be another connectivity problem. My apologies to everyone watching. Part of the frustration of okay, so yeah, my apologies that didn't like flow as well as we had hoped. But I think Jan made some really interesting commentary, and one that is sticking with me is this idea of like, or maybe you have a comment about this, Jan, but I was struck when you're talking about the different ways that you are, let's say, dealing with the sensorium of this different type of spatial encounter with sound. And I'm wondering if you like see it as this way of like training the sensorium in a way, like, right? Like, because the question is like, do we have the sensory apparatuses or the wherewithal to take in this thing? Like, what do we do with this type of, if it's a kind of new sensorial encoding, if you want. And that's something that's been really sticking with me, especially after thinking about this a little bit with JP, was just about how do you create the environment or the conditions where you can introduce some degree of novelty, but but there's still a threshold of recognizability in the audience, and you kind of have to like train the sensorium to prepare for these different like coordinates of experience that are being experimented with. So I'm not sure if that's all transmitting over to you, or
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm filling the gaps, obviously, and but it's a huge this is a huge field. But one thing I learned from my friend and mentor Oswald Wiener, who was an artist becoming scientist, I would say, engaging more in the psychology of thinking, also mathematics, cybernetics, and Turing machine, and so on. And his work is unfinished, but it's worth exploring what you can get a hold on. Most of the stuff is untranslated, but Oswald's thing was that we have the tools because it's observation, it's thinking, it's sharpening the senses. And he was very interested in technological extensions. One of his famous texts, which you can find translated, is the so-called bioadapter. It is a semi-science fictional test about an artificial world that's being constructed, that we're basically floating inside, and the world is perfectly arranged for us, so we have a complete consistent experience of the world, but we're just basically floating in some nutritious liquid. So that story is the morale of that story is two things: that we need a body to be pleased and to satisfied, but we need a mind to be triggered, and the mind is what creates consistence. Just the proof of this assumption or this bold statement might be that you might lose a body part, you might be hanging upside down at some point, your vision is turned around in the right way again. There are these beautiful tests of, like, people putting their arm on the table, their arms being covered, and an artificial arm is just, a rubber arm is just being put next to their arm, but people can't see their own arm anymore because of the black wall. And then somebody takes a hammer and starts hitting the rubber hand, and people experience physical pain. And there are all these little, gadgety proofs of like that the mind is what we basically have to work on. And so Oswald's thing was that the sensibility that we're looking for, we shouldn't look for it in machine extensions or any new tools and technologies or extensions and improvements of our organs. That the mind is what we have and what we have to deal with, but what we can play with. So coming back to your question, I think to deal with these let's say interruptions or noises, to make these connections, we can actually train ourselves to deal with these phenomena. We can either like choose a field of expertise that we kind of become really good at, or we try to like stay holistic and versatile. Oswald developed a really interesting technique which was based on visual observation. He was creating these geometric figures in his mind. And as a teacher, he was teaching aesthetics at the Art Academy in Düsseldorf. He had a group of students following him, basically leading a meditation, you could say, or a reflection of what it's like to build a geometric form just in your head. So you would start with a straight line that is vertical, and then you would start tilting this line 45 degrees, and then you would make that line spinning. So you would have a cylinder, I don't know what you call it, a Kreisel, a spinner, basically.
A top. Yeah.
And that he would just like top it up, make it more complex, and he would go like, so who is still with me? What do you see? And people were not allowed to draw anything or visualize outside of their, let's say, inner apparatus, whatever we call that. This cinema is infinite, basically. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to like extend it too much, but to answer your question, I think yes, we can work a lot on what we already have, and we don't necessarily need new technologies, but new technologies can remind us, or they can challenge us, or sometimes we need them as tools to externalize ideas or needs, so to speak, that we have, and then we do this. And this is also this installation. This installation is unnecessary, but it's a materialization of an experience that had already happened, and we approve this experience, or we test this experience with these objects that we've really built in a real space. But the idea is really space construction, space sharing, space demolition, space questioning, territorial questions. Who owns an experience? Who owns your experience in a specific space? How much is a space experience constructed? Are there any territories that exist just per se without being experienced? Does that really exist? What is dimension? How large is this space when you get something like this? How large is it when you have 600 paintings in this? How long then? What type of space is it? So this is like our little angle into these considerations, but it's basically it's a cognitive endeavor that we're having here. Yeah.
No, I'm yeah, I agree. And for those of you that were listening to Jan, I think there's you can check it out. I mean, you can literally Google the rubber arm experiment, because I think it's a process that's like people are calling like phenomenological transference or something like this. So yeah, when you really feel a phenomenological experience, despite the fact that it is really not happening on you specifically. So it's quite, there's so many interesting articles, theories of what's going on in the mind. Notably, Thomas Metzinger has a brilliant take on this in the ego tunnel. For anyone that is listening and curious to follow up on what some of these mind experiments are that Jan was mentioning, but I guess the best thing is to head over to Munich if you are able, and in April, and try to check out this installation. I'm really looking forward to experiencing it I always think of it as like a partial listening, right? Like you said, you can't properly listen to, the only proper listening would be like all the listeners combined somehow, as if you're one giant ear or something, to be a bit simple about it. Yeah, I think we'll probably have to bid adieu, I'm afraid, unless you have any final urgent words you want to impart to us and get us thinking with, or what have you today.
Yeah, come. I mean, the exhibition runs until September, so there is time. There's a few performances also. You can check it out online. And this is the record book that Patricia is also part of. and it shows this one object that you couldn't see. It's basically in the back of the room somewhere here, and then turning around like this. And this is the other speaker. It shows a bit more clearly how it's designed, and also that one can shift around. And so yeah, just imagine what this is. Just don't come to Munich, just imagine what it's like.
No, but thank you so much, Jan, for joining us. You don't hear, I mean, you get the internet, Twitter applause, the invisible one. Imagine the applause. That's how would we do that? Imagine the applause. And thanks again for taking the time. So, and safe travels back. And then we're going to be, we're going to actually be meeting with Sahej Rahal, who will be joining us next. And there's kind of an interesting segue, I think, Sahej. I don't know if you were able to listen to that, but when Jan was mentioning about this Oswald Wiener character and his story about like his creation of worlds and so on and so forth, I was like, oh, this is a nice bridge to come over to you. I think I'll just probably wait. Alex, do you want to give me a little sign when I should start introducing Sahej, just when we have all the graphics? Okay, we're all good. So on top of it. So welcome, Sahej. I'm super happy to have you here. I got to know your work when meeting you at the Digital Earth Fellowship that you were doing a few years ago, and was just completely excited and overwhelmed by your work and these kind of creatures, these monstrous creatures you were creating. At that time, I only knew the digital environment ones. I didn't know about the physical sculptural work you also do. But yeah, these kind of worlds that you were programming and these kind of, anyways, I was really blown away, and I'm grateful to have you here. And I've, of course, since that time, heard you speak about your work, so I know we're in for a real treat. But for the audience who is maybe getting to know Sahej, I'll just say a little bit. So your presentation is called Myth Machine today. And so Sahej is primarily a storyteller. He weaves together fact and fiction to create counter mythologies that interrogate the narratives shaping the present. So his myth world takes the shape of sculptures, performances, films, paintings, installations, and AI programs that he creates by drawing upon sources ranging from local legends to science fiction. And these basically render scenarios where indeterminate beings emerge from the cracks of our civilization. So Rahel's participation in group and solo exhibitions, he's been very busy, includes the recent Guangzhou Biennale, the Liverpool Biennale, the Kochi Biennale, the Vancouver Biennale, Macro Museum Rome, Cadis San Francisco, ACA Melbourne, CCA Glasgow. And he's also been the recipient of the Cove Park or Henry Moore Fellowship, the Academy Schloss Solitude Fellowship, and the Shergill Sundaram Arts Foundation Installation Art Grant, as well as the Digital Earth Fellowship that I mentioned, where I had the privilege to get to know him. And he's currently got an exhibition called Ancestors, I believe, on view in Mumbai at the CSMVS Museum, if that's correct. So with all that said, I will happily give you over the floor, and thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, Patricia. This is an absolute honor. I'm, really happy to join in this this kind of confluence that we're making and thinking through, these ideas of what constitutes the human. And Jan, I actually really enjoyed your presentation as well in terms of how you sort of formulated the idea of this sort of interruption, this noise that is kind of like, sort of singing together with us. So interestingly, just to kind of maybe dovetail from that, here in, like, where I'm from, in Mumbai, the city itself is bricolage. It's sort of like this 100 million voices kind of speaking, singing together, and that's kind of like how India itself was constituted. It's this like confluence of music that is kind of resonating together. The noise is the norm. So in that sense, maybe I can just dive into, as you mentioned, I thought the exhibition that I actually currently have on here at the museum in Bombay kind of presents or attempts to present a kind of conception of the human from the perspective. Maybe I can just kind of go to the images as well. I'm just going to share screen. So Right. Sorry, just give me a second. So you have that?
Yes, I can see your
Okay.
screen.
Perfect. And if I just do this, you still see me, right? I mean, you see the text.
I see the text. Yeah, I see the PowerPoint like interface as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just going to do this.
No, it's fine.
Let's just do entire screen. And now you have, yeah, okay, that looks right. Sorry. So here, this is at the museum in Bombay, and it's an exhibition that's sort of premised on this burial site that I found, which is sort of from the Chalcolithic age, so 1500 BC, near this city called Pune, which is just sort of out inward towards the Deccan Plateau, further in from Bombay. And the site was discovered in the 60s and dates to about 1500 BC. And what was found over there was that the people of this place in Amgaon were burying bodies in two different ways, right? So the way they were burying these bodies was, you had these urns, these massive kind of 5 feet, 7 feet urns with like legs on them, strange motifs on them, and bodies were buried, sort of capsuled inside them. And this was happening indoors, right? And then outdoors, you had this mass grave. You had this mass grave of 243 bodies that were laid out like compasses. So the heads facing north and the feet facing south. And on a lot of the legs of the bodies, the feet were chopped off, like at the shins. So essentially, what you had was this. At this time, you had two conceptions of the afterlife, essentially, because you had two forms of burial. And that essentially means you had two different religions sort of, kind of coexisting at the same time, and being buried in accordance to the rituals. Now, while I was sort of researching on this place, and also, just before the pandemic, I'd gone to Korea for another site visit for the Gwangju Biennial. And there was this island called Jeju Island, which has again another excavation site which sort of dates around the same time. And the interesting thing over there was that you had the exact same kind of burial taking place. So bodies buried in these massive kind of urns, exactly like the way they were being buried here in India. So I went to the people at the museum, and I was asked them, is there some kind of like trade happening, or was there like some kind of currency that was exchanged, any kind of like transaction or communication that was happening between these sites. So it turns out there's nothing, but this form of burial was happening across the world wherever the Copper Age existed. So it's this strange ritual that's being performed in a like vastly more unconnected world. So, just dovetailing from that, I kind of made this sort of speculative narrative about how these things were being left behind. And they were actually vessels of trans-dimensional travel, and then now they've sort of arrived in this strange anthropological museum in the heart of Bombay. And, so you enter this kind of makeshift crypt with, all the artifacts. And there was also this like fictional archaeologist who's sort of like making drawings of the objects that they were finding. So I'll just kind of take you through what the drawings look like. So you have the kind of the geology of the space, and also the way they were building their sort of labyrinths and crypts, and ritual grounds, the ways in which they were burying people, their own kind of rituals. And the story goes that there's three versions of how this this civilization collapsed. One is attributed to a civil war. Then you have a pandemic, and a third one is a flood. So I sort of started creating this narrative about how they were also being, I mean, they were sort of responding to these occurrences that were sort of taking place around them with, with the lack of modern science, and creating rituals around them. So one of the things was they decided to kind of veil their eyes from the sun, because they thought that the sun was kind of causing this disease. And then I was also kind of documenting the fictional sort of flora fauna of the place as well. And the sort of, the beasts that were roaming there, and the rituals in which they were burying people, right? And then they were kind of leaving behind these strange masks that kind of, were almost like transmutations of what beings sort of roamed in this land. And there were kind of like these shrine like paintings, again more urns, right? While these sort of kind of artifacts were sort of being laid out, there were also these large kind of black sculptures that I was creating, which kind of look like they've sort of emerged out of, petroleum, or, some fossilized kind of crystallized pieces of just goop, just kind of emerging and taking the shape of things that are lying around them to kind of prop themselves up. And these creatures were kind of like acting like these kind of like these custodians that were, sort of guarding these urns through space and time, almost like these trans-dimensional curators. And then now what happens is there was also this other kind of, so here they're sort of roaming around at my studio when the show was kind of so the show was actually cancelled twice due to the pandemic, and then I just decided to kind of do a little fashion shoot with them outside my studio. Right. The reason why I'm kind of sort of painting this image for you as well is because there was also an AI program in the space, which I'm just gonna show you right now. So this is what the AI program looks like. And the way it works is that it responds to audio feedback. So each time, I mean, this is a sort of video recording, but like what happens is like it speaks, it can hear you speak, and there's these AI scripts that are attached to its limbs, and it's sort of this decentralized congregation of minds that are like attached to each part of its body that are kind of guiding and sort of transmuting the motion of this creature. And when you sort of produce loud enough sounds, it starts kind of it starts sort of emitting these black petroleum forms as well. Just to give you a sense of how it played out in the space itself. Just as part of a test, I'd actually played this other instrument with the AI program as well. So the instrument I'm playing here is called the dhol. It's a two-sided drum, and it's one of the oldest instruments that's sort of like literally followed us all the way from Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, right until the modern age. Like you'll hear the dhol in pretty much every Bollywood song today. So anyway, this is what it sounds like. And that kind of goes on. Just gonna stop sharing and I'm back here. So I thought like we could maybe kind of just continue the conversation together, Patricia. Just in terms of like how I'd conceived of these creatures, what sort of happened here was that I was kind of sort of drawn to this one idea that this Sikh theologian named Gurtaran Singh sort of says that. Well, he says it in Punjabi. He says "Utte raga," which means there is a rag or a raga before us that precedes civilization, or there's this song, this universal song that precedes civilization, that lies beyond, the outside, the great kind of chaos of what lies beyond us is a song, and birds know this song because they mourn their dead in music, but mankind has kind of sort of lost that connection to that song, and he further sort of elaborates by saying that we've kind of through our through language and through the categories that we create of naming, we sort of have kind of weaned ourselves away from that music in a certain way, and here by creating creatures that could literally hear us, these speculations that sort of supposedly might succeed us, kind of take the next stage forward, whatever that might be. The idea here was to kind of like somehow conceive of a conversation between the human and the post-human, and how do those two worlds speak together? How do we sing to the future that lies beyond us, occluded as it might be? And the reason to kind of also come back to or return to a spot where or a state where sound precedes language, to a state where sounds precede language, to where they are not named, where they still have the kind of affective charge that can kind of like sink into your skin, and sort of that's how music kind of like moves us, right? Like we sort of respond to it makes us feel things we don't even know what they mean, and that was kind of the gesture, to kind of like respond to what comes next, not by kind of naming it we already have these kind of brilliant sort of fabulations in terms of how of the inhuman, the post-human, the sort of cyborg, we have these kind of this mosaic of the futures that await us, and the attempt here was to kind of like, rather than sort of like latch onto one particular mode of pathway, rather to sort of speak to all of them in a certain way, without sort of categorizing them in a certain kind of I guess under certain kind of typology. Though they do, I mean, they I guess they kind of sit in congress with all these other forms that sort of have emerged. Yes, that's something that I'm interested in, and I'd also like to kind of go back to this idea of when noise is the norm, when the world that is kind of presented to you is interruption itself, it is chaos. When we kind of think of the first sort of tools that humankind created, the hand axe, it's this perfect teardrop shape, right? It's this triangular kind of shape that was carved out by hand out of a rock. So on one side you have this like strange rock which is chaos. It is the sort of like brutal shape that the universe presents itself in to you, and then man kind of, or humankind kind of carves it into this perfectly symmetrical shape of a teardrop. There, in that gesture, from moving from chaos to some semblance of order, to apply control on it in a certain way, or to render it, at least not even control, to move with its flows, becomes the sort of first marker of so what was interesting about the kind of hand axes that were being found here in India was that, and this is true across the world, they were being, so right in the middle of the hand axe, you would have these fossilized kind of shells that were being placed, like pressed in, and then tied onto the, so there's these like kind of markings of shells of strange kind of like, those spiral-like forms, and to make that gesture of pressing a thing onto another thing and like kind of claiming it in a certain way through ornament is kind of like the first sort of creative act, essentially, right? Like where you're kind of making yourself felt into the space, into the chaos of reality. This gesture of like kind of responding to chaos with a certain kind of navigation is is kind of true in terms of like even so the word for machine in Hindi is yantra, right? And the word yantra actually comes from yam, which means to control. You see this kind of almost mirrored in the sort of history of cybernetics, where cybernetics itself comes from kerberos, right? Like to steer, right? So this gesture of creating things, tools, objects that help us navigate becomes the sort of way in which we kind of like comprehend the world around us. And right now we're sort of in this space where we're kind of constantly populated with, we're living with this world populated with non-human intelligences, not just in forms of AI, but also with this strange kind of like, undead pandemic that's kind of like, rearing its head in this strange way over and over again. And I honestly haven't seen the last of it. Now, what happens like when we are kind of once again at a stage where natural history in this form or unnatural history, the chaos of the world kind of presents itself again. Like I mean, we sort of return to these tools, but a certain kind of limitation that I have sort of encountered just in the way that technology is being dealt with here in India is that, and this is probably true across the world, where we see these tools merely as, the way we've sort of seen the tools that came before it, like say the paintbrush, the hammer, the sword, where they are extensions of our body. Whereas artificial intelligence, sort of presents itself as an extension of the mind. Not just that, it is also, I would say, a few steps preceding becoming mind itself. So it's sort of like we're kind of with these inhuman kind of minds that are kind of populating our world. This is something that like we sort of have encountered before in the form of folk tales, in the form of stories. Like even if I were to just go back to a story from how the bubonic plague was kind of dealt with in India, and it was cured in India by Mordecai Hafkin in Bombay itself. So there was this strange thing that happened where while the Black Death was kind of like basically tearing the world apart, here in India, it sort of became conflated with the idea of caste. Now, the way caste in India works is that it is sort of like premised on this strange kind of metaphysical idea of purity. Like there's this metaphysical hierarchy of one universal man at the center of the universe, and like his head becomes the higher caste, his feet become the lower caste. This hierarchy is then kind of like supplanted onto society itself. So you have high castes and low castes, and like low castes are kind of segregated. Essentially, they're removed from society. They're anyone who lies. So if you're like say Christian, Muslim, Sikh, you lie outside of that hierarchy of the human body, right? Of this universal man. So you are not really allowed into society. You see this playing out even in the way bureaucracy in India is functioning right now. Like you have these very archaic Cold War era laws that are coming in which are asking for papers to prove your sort of Indianness. Right now, what happens here, like especially during the plague, the Black Death, was that people from the low castes were sort of, there was this conflation happening where they were seen as impure. They were seen to be, kind of colluding with the virus in a certain way. They could speak to the virus. As a result of that, this gave rise to a kind of form of exorcism. So people from, who were sort of separated out of society on this strange idea of impurity, deemed by some metaphysical order, became bhagats, exorcists, who could speak to the plague. and could ward it out of human bodies through music, could cajole it in a certain way. Here you see kind of how the chaos of narrative allows you to shift beyond the sort of impositions that society sort of brings, in these weird kind of normative forms of order. And going forward, I do feel that the future that awaits us will be shaped by voices that have been denied that space, those that have been denied the space of the human. So the way in which the human would expand going forward would be, and this is inadvertent, we don't really have any sort of say in this. It is the way, the human expands by sort of filling that kind of hollowed out form, which is sort of by the sciences, by even kind of critical readings of the human, has been hollowed out. The only way it'll sort of be filled in would be for it to become this like Ursula Le Guin's carrier bag, to allow for this multitude that has been denied the space of the human to kind of inhabit it again or cohabit it. That's what I had to present. So,
that's, I mean, you've given us so much. There's so much there to tap into. I just for the people watching, we don't see the Twitch stream, or I don't have it on because I can't have the bandwidth like this. But if there's questions that you have, we can relay them. There's a relay person who is kindly doing that. We actually don't have too much time to chat, which I'm kind of upset about, because there's so many things I just wanted to highlight that I think are so rich about your practice. And, just going back to when you brought us to the exhibition of ancestors, that, and this is where I also feel like you're engaging with a game strategy. And I don't just mean that because you also have these video renderings that could look like a game engine or something. I mean, literally, I mean that because in the game, you have to first create the world, or a world, wherein all your premises stack up, right? There's this really, so basically you're inventing this world. Your world even has this fake archaeologist who makes fictional things. So you're really creating a space of immersion for us to engage with this counterfactual space. And it's much more, and what's so exciting about it is that it's not just some kind of projection that you tell me about in a bar. You're actually creating the objective conditions of that world. And I love that expression that it was Kendall Walton, I think, who is this art historian who a colleague introduced me to. It's rather dryly written, but some really interesting ideas there about the use of props in creating fictional truths. And these are basically the truths that your world, the fictional world, mandates, right? So that I can't go to your exhibition and invent unicorns and be like, oh, it's all fiction, it's all the same. No, there's you're prescribing, you're mandating certain truths or veracity that can manifest from your exhibition. And that to me is incredibly exciting. And then using these artifactual remains to kind of stage this hypothetical, transhistorical process of burial, right? So I think this, and there's so many correlates. So we've got Rana Hamadeh is presenting this afternoon, and she's equally involved in inventing these very elaborate processes in worlds that are mediums through which works manifest. And then we've got an archaeologist joining us as well, who is talking about, critiquing the way that an over-reliance just on empirical evidence is a problem in her field, that she's importing, say, the theoretical lens of Black feminism combined with literature in order to enrich her own field as a proper working archaeologist, right? And so I just wanted to highlight those sort of overlaps and points of your practice that I just find so inspiring, and also that I think are helpful for other artists to engage with, that you have to invent the whole sort of even if you end up taking out an element, you still have to invent the premise that this work makes sense, or that this artifact it kind of makes sense. And that's what I think about. I think this is like, to me, which resonates with the idea of like artistic reasoning, because so often we hear that term demonized as if it's just like calculating, as if it's uncreative, and it's like completely creative, because you're creating you're creating the whole sort of parameters of this universe. So yeah, I'm so grateful that you could join us and speak to this. We probably do have to run off soon, but I will of course give you at least the possibility to say the last word, and I'll stop babbling.
No, thank you. I mean, just on the, I'm really happy that you kind of sort of resonated with the idea of the game. That was exactly how I wanted to set it up, like, in terms of not treat the space as this like kind of mise-en-scène for a story to take place, but this game, and that's kind of how we're actually the kind of larger program of the show has been, where we're inviting people to kind of make labels, like not just teaching people how labels are sort of set up in the museum itself, but then so there's like a walkthrough, and then we kind of invite people to create labels for all the work in the show, because there's actually no descriptors at all. That's one. And just the idea of the game itself, so like, as opposed to a story, so like every story sort of requires a kind of suspension of disbelief, right? Like, and this is true for history, myths, even the kind of lies we tell ourselves. But then for games, games have rules, right? Like, so there's only certain moves you can make, there's certain plays you can do. But at the same time, in order to excel at games, like, to kind of master them, you need to learn how those rules bend, and where they tend to break, and then kind of play the rules themselves in a certain way to kind of like, circumvent the game. And that's kind of been the larger gesture of the show as well, in terms of bringing this kind of history back into the museum, into that framework. Like, how does the game sit against or next to a story? Yeah, thank you. This was an absolute honor.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited. I want to continue the conversation, but I hope you stay in touch. And yeah, we can. You'll find Sahej's website on our webpage of the conference. So go and check out more works. And I thank you so much for joining us. And then we're going to bid adieu. But until next time, I hope we'll get a chance to chat soon.
Thank you. Thanks.
Take care. So basically we're running a little bit late, but it's okay, because the next session, we're going to kind of ease into lunch with another annotated listening session. And this one has been commissioned from Mattin, who, as you may see from the screen, he's actually got a brand new book out that I've heard amazing things. It's in the post for me. So called Social Dissonance. And it's the culmination of about 10 years of work. Mattin is a noise artist, composer, and a visual artist, but also was doing, a philosophically charged PhD on this kind of theme of noise or around it. So, Mattin is an artist and musician and a theorist working conceptually with noise and improvisation. And through his practice and writing, he explores performative forms of estrangement as a way to deal with structural alienation. So Mattin has exhibited and toured widely, and in 2017, he took part in Documenta 14 in Athens and Kassel. And this year, as I mentioned, his book Social Dissonance is out with Urbanomic Press, and so I think we will go into. He's going to narrate a musical selection, and then we're going to hear the piece. So I would encourage you to stick around for that. Try to listen to it with headphones. And then we will be coming back right at 2 p.m. So please try to keep on time, because I know Cécile Malaspina, who will be joining us at 2 or 14 heures. We're going to start pretty much on time. So I hope it's been all right so far, and see you after lunch. Thanks.
So the track that I have chosen is called Landscape with 3 Recorders and is from Roberta Settle's record Isolation Meinhof in Memoriam. Is from 1985 and is influenced by the death of Red Army faction co-founder Ulrike Meinhof, who was found in her cell in 1976. This record was supposed to be released on the Caprice label, which was a record label in Sweden, run by the state, and it would release many records from folk musicians, but also experimental musicians, but once they heard the theme of this record and its political radical content, they withdraw the invitation to Roberta to publish this record, so she published it in her label Music in Crisis. It was her only release, and the artwork is stunning. Everything about it is so coherent in its dramatic character. So for example, the cover has a silk screen in the plastic sleeve of what it seems to be stains of blood with the title of the music label, Music in Crisis. And I think you can also have this feeling of crisis in the music. You hear it, but in a fragile, desolated manner. It's very different to any electroacoustic music that I heard, especially from that time. It has a kind of restraint. It's like mourning the death of a radical militant, and maybe it has a sense of melancholy of what another world could be. But once you face a state like the state of the West Germany, that becomes very difficult to challenge it. There is a lot of speculation whether Ulrike Meinhof's death was a suicide or it was the state who killed her. What is obvious is that all the prisoners of RAF went through some forms of psychological torture. I was living in Stockholm when I found this record in a record shop. It must have been like 2013, maybe 2012, and I knew that Roberta was living still in Stockholm and that she had a shop where she sold sandals. So I used to go there in Gamla Stan to see if I could meet her, but she was not there, and unfortunately in 2014 she died. But it was very sad. And they did a homage concert at Finkingham in November, and I was very honored to be invited to play there. So for me, this record is one of the most important records that I ever heard, but also in relationship to the whole theme and the record itself, how much care is given to the design and the content. It has sonically, it has a form of restraint that it is haunting. It's not resignation, but there is a form of radicality by careful listening and not wanting. It's not about wanting to impress by any means, but about setting up a mood. And is both an alienating mood, but also a very carefully constructed one. So in the composition there is a high level of care and precision, but it doesn't try to show off by any means. It's just what I perceive to be setting up a mood. It's a haunting mood. And a haunting mood for what could be, what an other world could be. If more radical minds will challenge the status quo. But as we know from the end of Ulrike Meinhof, and by the rejection that Roberta Settles suffered in her own context in Stockholm, that's never easy. And it can lead to a lot of isolation and loneliness. So when you find a work like this, you stop feeling so lonely.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody, to the afternoon segment of the day. I hope you had a good lunch. At least, you know, be eating in front of the screen. I do understand there was quite a few questions from the chat in Twitch that were not answered, so my apologies for that. We're going to try to find, I think, a better way of like relaying that, because I actually don't see the Twitch interface for bandwidth reasons. So we're going to try to improve that. So just to say, please do, I encourage you to ask questions. Cécile's a wonderful thinker, so it's a great opportunity to engage with her thought, and I'll do my best to bring them in. And again, in English and French, no problem. And it's absolutely delighted to have and host Cécile Malaspina with us today, Dr. Cécile Malaspina, and we're going to try to have a dialogue about her book that was this phenomenal book called The Epistemology of Noise that you probably see on the slide that is introducing her, the cover of the book. Highly recommend it. And I should also mention that I have been, in preparation of this event, creating a sort of online library, and the introduction to the book is available there. So we'll share that URL with you, or the people running ahead will be able to do that. So you can have access to at least the intro, and then you can commit because you'll be so compelled to get the book. So without further ado, I'll just like introduce Cécile so you have some context. So she's the author, as I said, of An Epistemology of Noise, and that's from Bloomsbury in 2018. And she's been the principal translator of Gilbert Simondon's On the Mode of Existence of Technical Objects. So she's the program director. She's program director for the programme at the Collège International de Philosophie, Paris, or CIF, and visiting fellow at King's College London at the departments of French and Digital Humanities. So besides that, she's sitting on several editorial boards. So CIF at Presse de Paris, Nanterre, Rue Descartes, and Angelaki, Journal of the Theoretical Humanities, as well as Copy Press, and is currently a guest editor at Nature, Humanities and Social Sciences Communication. And she obtained her doctorate in epistemology, philosophy, and the history of sciences and technology from Paris 7, Denis Diderot. So, herzlich willkommen. I don't know why it's coming out in German, but it did. I guess I secretly know you.
Vielen Dank.
Like I said, I'm really delighted to have you here today, and we did try to organize this session together as more of a conversation, or let's say me prodding you to tell me the facts if you want. So I can either proceed by launching into a question, or if you wanted to say something, some general remarks you had about the process of writing that book, just to give us a little bit of an overview.
Yeah, first I just want to say thank you, and I'm really excited to meet you finally, because it feels like we ought to have met a long time ago, and this event is just wonderful. It's been wonderful this morning, and I really enjoyed the contributions, and yes, I'm really excited to have this. I like it also that it's a conversational format, that I don't really know in advance where this is going to go, although I've got a few notes jotted down in response to this morning's presentations, and in response to something I was doing yesterday, so kind of crisscrossing rather than just thinking back to the book itself.
Excellent. Do you want to like share those with us now? Does it make sense to share them with us?
I think you should go ahead, because then at least if I'll it's probably going to be a little bit jumbled up and confused, because I kind of jotted it down while I was listening to the others.
All right, for sure. I mean, it's funny that you mentioned, yeah, you're like happy about the sort of implied improvisation that a conversation brings. And I was thinking of this because so much of your book is trying to work through like, how do we grapple with uncertainty? And it's when you just mentioned that, it conjured up memories of this colleague of mine, Takashi Ikegami, who was working on a very huge problem in robotics on turn-taking behavior. And the conversation seemed to resonate a little bit with some of the ideas you have around noise, in that in order to attain joint attention, right, there has to be a threshold between predictability and unpredictability. Like predictability insofar as I can kind of read or anticipate what you're going to say, but enough unpredictability that I have to pay attention to know, right? So there was this kind of interesting way that turn-taking behavior and improvisation is like, I'm curious if it speaks to you about some of the scope of noise you were engaging.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You just made me think whether there's such a thing as a golden ratio of predictability and unpredictability. I don't think it probably is more like a wave or something dynamic that maybe not even a wave. I mean, one of the discoveries I made when writing this book was something that probably should be obvious, but because previously I was in this quest for the holy grail of the event, the singularity, the things that I associated with noise as a form of kind of absolute novelty and of revolution, you know, and discontinuities in history and so forth. And then I realized that whatever category you put this form of novelty in, when you saturate your capacity for novelty, you also reach you come closer to a tipping point where your desire for openness actually makes you vulnerable to something like a catastrophic reaction, in which you would then and all of a sudden, I mean, there's also the question of contingencies that you embrace because and this anticipation makes them already less contingent. If you go into a museum or into a concert, you have parameters within which only certain types of contingencies are expected to happen. So that makes the whole thing a relatively safe experience, if you like. But there are other contingencies that happen that you really cannot anticipate. There is a magnificent, I've recently discovered this poet called Cavafy. It's a Greek poet who was one of the kind of first poets to come out in the 1905. He wrote these really magnificent poems. He was based in Alexandria. But apart from this history of him, this attention that he has in one of his poems to the contingency that you prepare for, that all your life you prepare for all the possible contingencies, and then contingency comes and hits you over the head from where you didn't expect it to come. And I think this is one of the aspects of half-tamed contingency in the arts, in philosophy, in the sciences. It's like a controlled explosion. You know, you're looking for your contingency within the frame that you've already set out. A relative contingency. If you're looking for something to happen in a lab that's new, you're not expecting, you know, a bomb to fall in the lab or a fire from the building next door to engulf your lab or something like this, or a phone call that your wife wants to divorce you. And so this other level of unpredictability that comes to add itself to what you thought was a safe expansion of your normativity into fields of uncertainty is one of the variables that contributes to this openness becoming a liability. Because once it's all really too much, and this is what I discovered through the work, through this article of Stephen Sands and Jay Ratty. No, Stephen Sands and yes, Jay Ratty is what they analyzed in really ill psychiatric patients, which is the fact that across the different types of mental illness that people were suffering from, one thing that they had in common was this sense of mental crowdedness, overwhelm, internal chaos and terror. And so this switch, you could also define it as a kind of loss in confidence. You go to a concert expecting noise, which will more or less surprise you, or to an exhibition, you expect to see something new. You have a scientific experiment, and you're open to the outcomes, although you have a hypothesis. But this sense of, sorry, now I lost my train of thought.
maybe the threshold of openness, like just to refresh your your
Yeah,
memory.
I was thinking of these this notion of the mental state of noise then as something that is, yeah, this is what I wanted to say. So you go into these situations with the expectation of a novelty that you want and an uncertainty that you're happy to engage with, and the fundamental criterion for this experience is your confidence that you can handle what you're gonna experience. And the tipping point, I think, is this loss of confidence. Suddenly in a situation that becomes overwhelming and you no longer have a way of scoping the uncertainty that's kind of crushed into the way that made your life stable enough to engage in a certain margin of uncertainty. This is kind of one of my big discoveries, really, because if you want to be revolutionary, for instance, you have to then understand that a revolution implies imminently the risk of a catastrophic reaction, which would then be the opposite of what you wanted to achieve. There could be a kind of a delusional paranoia or a kind of onset of totalitarian desires of controlling everything and ordering everything. So I'm kind of blowing this up from, it's not a very legitimate thing to do. I think you can't just generalize from psychiatric illnesses to sociological phenomena, but I think putting it out there like this at least opens a field of work where people can look at it and then be attentive to the specificities rather than, as I just did, kind of propose this generalization.
Well, it seems like there's an analog with, like, I'm thinking about how Lewis Gordon works through Frantz Fanon, so a revolutionary psychiatrist, right? And I think one of the premises that Gordon highlights in his work through Fanon is Fanon saying, like, yeah, sometimes the people who do the revolution aren't the ones who can manage it after, right? Like, so that's maybe a kind of recognition that these are like different roles, and maybe there's, I don't know, maybe the people actually doing that work would be like overwhelmed or what have you. But the point is, there is already that break between those who maybe do the breaking and those who do the reconstructive thing that comes from a psychiatrist, curiously enough. But then when you were talking to, I think it's a really interesting question about this, like, a bit of a paradox between like expected contingency or expected like the unexpected, but within a very particular threshold and, like you said, conditions of safety. Because it calls to mind like two things, and that's maybe like the idea, which, I mean, these are ideas that are really important in the book, was the difference between maybe like probability and possibility. Or like, even if you want to complicate it more, like probability, possibility, and potentiality.
Yes.
Our everyday speech, we can like, we know there's a bit of a difference, but we can just like throw those around as if it's kind of like, they kind of mean similar things. And obviously in philosophy, these have very distinct registers, and they're certainly not consistently written in stone as if it's only meaning this, right? There's fights over it. So maybe, yeah, I thought like that was one thing that resonated. Like, do you think it's useful to at least map the difference between the probable and the possible? Because I'm trying to think about our audience as well, who's maybe just getting to know it about noise. And then I'll jump back to the beginning of your book later, so we get the initial premise. But
yeah, this was one of the other. I mean, I discovered lots of stuff in writing the book because it was based on a thesis that was meant to be something else, and so in the process of writing it, it kind of took me somewhere else. And this idea of the everyday idea of potentiality as something that adds itself to reality. So I have the potential to become a great pianist, which I don't, but let's say I had the potential, and I'm not yet. So that would be like an additional thing to my reality. And then what I realized is that there's a way of looking at potentiality in light of what physical potentiality is, which is a constraint that actually makes fewer outcomes of a situation more likely. So if you have the light switch, no, let's say if you've got electricity on a socket, you don't put your fingers in the plug because the potential that's there means that there's only one thing that can happen then, rather than lots of different things happening. And so this made me realize that, at least insofar as with respect to my own project, there was a need to think of potentiality as something real that has its own status in actuality, and in the sense that it is a constraint on a system that reduces the probability of all the possible outcomes of what can happen. And that possibility, on the other hand, is something more virtual, more abstract. That is a bit harder for me to to engage with
Maybe I can
right now, because I'm coming back to that, thinking about it through Whitehead at the moment, but I haven't really finished that work. But this idea that there is to every, I mean, looking at it, for example, through quantum physics, that possibility is no longer something that is an alternative to what is, but that it is really imbricated in the very fabric of reality.
That's really interesting. And I think, like, I guess the thing that I was thinking about too when introducing the probability, even on a very, I know that there's, again, a whole kind of philosophical discourse around it, but there's also a very practical discourse around it, in the sense of, like, probably, you know, I'm thinking about, like, you know, risk management, for example. If you want to be a millionaire and build your house in Miami now, well, you're going to have some problems, because, you know, risk management says there's a high probability that Miami won't exist, for instance, right? But I guess I mean that in terms of, like, what is calculable. So this kind of, like, probable, and versus this kind of unexpected contingency, or the improbable as, like, what could not be foreseen.
Yeah, there was this interesting thing in finance, where when we had the crisis in 2008, people complained that nobody, which isn't true at all, actually, some people did predict it, and they did predict it on the basis of a different form of mathematical modelization that just wasn't very mainstream, but that the mainstream modelizations that were still based on a form of distribution, random distribution, that means that over time your result equalizes roughly. So you have a kind of distribution of results, but, you know, people retrospectively were saying, well, that mathematical model works only in the normal situation. It doesn't work in the so-called hot or crisis situation. Then you kind of think, well, then, you know, that's kind of misses the point, because that's really what we need to know about. You know, in the normal situation, it's a practical tool, but it's not even indispensable necessarily. And so this idea that with certain models, all you can predict, for example, in terms of risk assessment, is the frequency of occurrence of events that have already occurred in the past. But you're not even taking into consideration variables that you're not aware of, because they haven't contributed to events in the past, but that may very well, in the moment that you're living, be contributing to the imminence of an event that has never happened before.
Yeah, events without precedent, basically.
So yeah, this thing with statistics is also kind of interesting.
No, but I just think maybe we can just go back to, just so we can make sure that we have a sort of clear picture of some of the main challenges you're doing to our common sense picture of noise for those watching. So we can go right to the beginning of your book, where, and I'll probably have to check my notes just because I won't get it right, you know what I mean? But basically, this kind of, the way that you describe it's the, you know, the kind of mathematical formalization of noise, although, you know, existing as a singular thing, produces various discursive sort of trajectories out of it, right? And I think that's quite an important thing, especially when we're in, like, a humanities thing, humanities context, when we can often think that, like, mathematical formalizations are, like, indisputable and so on and so forth. And, you know, it's not that there's a dispute about the actual axiom, it's the discursive, the like you said, metaphorical or, like, conceptual consequences that derive from this same consensual object that are prove a bit conflictual. So but so basically, how I understood it was, like, that hang on a sec. Let me just make sure that I'm getting.
I'll jump in, because this was actually the reason why I wrote the book the way I did, is that when I finished my thesis, I kind of went and I was like nearly done with life and done with the thesis, and I kind of went through it just to make sure that there weren't really illegible sentences, and I highlighted all the sentences I couldn't really work through, or that didn't look right with hindsight, and put them all on a different page, and it turned out they all had the word entropy in them. And so I thought, I might have to write a little paragraph to define what entropy is. And then I had to rewrite my whole thesis, and that was the book, basically, because I realized that the reason why I had gotten so confused about it, is that it's an actual philosophical problem, which is, it's like a treasure trove. If you find a problem in philosophy, that's a good thing. What I wanted to say about this, I'm really sorry. I'm just going to put it on COVID.
I know you're recovered.
Just recovered from it, but
maybe we can talk about in terms.
Oh, you're breaking up. I didn't hear that.
No, I was just going to say, like, maybe you can talk about it in terms of like the way you're describing noise is obviously undoing this facile separation between.
Exactly. So what I can jump on, and I had actually jotted this down in my notes for this morning, is that I was surprised recently to find that it still surprises me. I think everyone I know, most people I know, think that Shannon used the expression information entropy. So what you're referring to is the fact that you have the definition of entropy in physics, and that you basically abstract from that a formulation that's got nothing to do anymore with physical processes and only with probability, and you use that then for assessing signals and signal to noise ratios. And then you say, okay, what do we take entropy to be? Is entropy the thing we want to get rid of? So information is the negation of entropy, or negentropy, or is entropy the thing that characterizes the novelty of a message, and therefore we have the difficulty of distinguishing the novelty or unpredictability of the message from the noise that adds itself to it in the channel of communication. And this idea of calling information entropy obviously has a kind of inbuilt explosive clause, which is that the maximum that information could be would be a form of maximum entropy that would be completely indistinguishable from noise. And a lot of people I think everyone still thinks, and beginning to think maybe they're right. I'm actually pretty sure they're not. That it's relevant to say that Shannon was it was recommended to him to use this expression as a kind of smokescreen and say something exotic, and then everyone will pay attention and you'll become really famous. Everyone will talk about information entropy and nobody will know what it is. And there's an element of truth in that probably, but it's actually completely irrelevant. The same way that biographical details of philosophers are not really material to the concepts that they bequeath on us. What is more material is actually the lineages of interpretation of concepts that people, that philosophers or scientists or whoever leaves to us. And for me, this idea of information entropy having this inbuilt logical clause that the maximum of it would be indistinguishable from noise, was a really audacious concept and the whole program for philosophy. That's the one thing I always like to be happy, and I find everyone amazing, and I don't like to disagree with people very much, but I actually really disagree on this. I think there's a value to the audacity of a concept that takes information radically beyond what we take it to be in everyday meaning.
Right.
And it comes back to this notion of the catastrophic reaction, which is when we seek novelty, we seek novelty implicitly always in conjunction with a level of redundancy that will compensate for our kind of psychological and emotional expenditure when we confront uncertainty.
But it's like really important. I mean, basically, it sounds like there's so much. Like, there's a really important question going on in the work. I mean, and you repeat this yourself. It's like drawing the line between And I guess that's like always like, where do you find that line, or how do you define that line between the surplus, where the openness becomes a mode of vulnerability in a negative sense, versus openness that is like, can handle the novelty and therefore, update normative commitments or epistemic commitments, whatever. But there has to be a certain degree of let's say, sensitivity to the, I guess, information entropy in order for it to have that transformable effect, right? I mean, transformable is a bit neutral, right? You can transform in negative ways too, or in it's not necessarily always a good thing. But I guess when you're trying to think about how do new frameworks for understanding reality emerge, or if you want to do like the Kuhnian paradigm shifts, or my favorite is Sylvia Wynter, you know what I mean? Thinking about epistemic shifts through her lens. Just like the difficulty in figuring out that threshold of sensitivity to the novel without it being like a fetish object, or being so utterly overwhelming that it is having, let's say, violent implications, even, you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's relevant to distinguish two levels of analysis of this variable of novelty. One is psychological, which is, as human beings, how much uncertainty do we need and how much can we handle, which is not exactly the same question as asking, for example, ontologically, what is the difference between information and noise? If there is if we manage to extract a certain amount of regularity from experience so that it consolidates as objects of thought according to the criteria of our attention, and according to criteria of pertinence, according to criteria of value. What do we value? Do we value structures? Do we value processes? Do we value objects? Do we value individuals? Do we value generality or individuality or singularity? So according to how we kind of calibrate the different criteria, we extract from experience invariants, relative invariants that make our experience proper to us and relatively predictable and shareable, so that they're not white noise. But ontologically speaking, that if then this kind of speculative idea of information entropy taken to its extreme is maximum entropy, where the same as the set of all possibilities in the universe, a set that cannot contain itself, then you kind of you have a really magnificent philosophical problem, basically. And it's not exactly the same problem as the psychological problem of having to calibrate. And psychologically, I think, I don't know what the ratio is. I just think that the more you increase uncertainty, the more you have to increase redundancy somewhere else.
Okay.
If you're a really solid person and you've got a really solid sense of self, a fiction of self, even if you like, and you live in peacetime and in relative prosperity, so that you're not worried about where the next meal is coming from or whether you'll be able to switch the heating on when it gets cold, you can think about the dissolution of the notion of self. You can't really do that when you sit in a psychiatric ward, for example. So I'm just saying that implicitly, you can be the more daring you are or can be, the more there's got to be a source of redundancy somewhere. And it doesn't have to be what we think it to be now. It doesn't have to be necessarily, stable family and wealth or whatever. It could literally just be a bunch of people who give you a sense of, a shared experience strong enough for you to have a basis, a reliable basis upon which, from which you can then leap into the kind of speculative depths of things very uncertain, including notions of the dissolution of self. So that's just psychologically, I've come to this conclusion that I don't know what the ratio is, but certainly there's got to be a source of redundancy somewhere, compensating for the uncertainty that you're willing to engage in.
Right.
but ontologically, it's a different story. It's the question of how we really. I think I've now finally. This was the notes I was writing down. I'm finally beginning to connect the idea of individuation with noise. I could have written about Simondon a lot more in my book, and I felt at the time that I couldn't kind of just exclude him, but I felt his way of thinking was taking me away from noise all the time, because it was all about internal resonance and a kind of transduction that grows and grows and everything makes sense in it, and it's not really like that. And he's an extremely complex thinker, but it had this kind of dynamism in a lot of the secondary literature too. So I kind of felt, okay, it's if I jump on the Simondon train of thought, it's not gonna take me to noise. It's gonna take me somewhere else with a bit of noise. But I really wanted to go full noise. I wanted to see this. I wanted to know. I don't wanted to go and think about this this liminal state of reason engaging with contingency as ground, I suppose. And so earlier when we were speaking, I look back at my notes for a second. One of the reasons why I couldn't think about individuation in relation to noise is that both Simondon and to an even greater extent secondary literature about him tend to reduce the question of individuation to ontogenesis, how things come about. When actually the question of individuation, the reason why it was such a big deal in scholastic philosophy is not how things come about in general at all, because things in general are just categories and universals knocked together in such a way that they represent certain things or certain objects of experience, but rather how the singularity of this here now, which is completely irreplaceable, and which you can apply to an object like an apple, but you can also apply it to a complex object like an ecosystem or a solar system, or the combination of, I don't know, biological, sociological, psychological factors in the complexity of the reality that we experience. It depends on your criteria of pertinence, how you designate the object of your inquiry. But what it is about individuality then is not this question of objects and how they come about or their ontogenesis, but the here and this now, the singularity of it, which is, I'm really quite surprised that I only discovered it now. It's been kind of in gestation for a long time, but I now finally understood that that's really the problem of noise, and the reason why I never liked the idea of starting to think about noise in opposition to information, as if there was this kind of duality, is that really you could also think of noise rather than thinking about it as something singular in the sense that it is an event, kind of discontinuity in history, or something rare or something very special and something very unique. You can think of it as the absolute ubiquity of the fact that all of reality is absolutely singular. And the only thing that's general about it are the thoughts that we can have about it, the categories that allow us to generalize and make it kind of predictable.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you think about it in terms of resolution of a sound or in terms of resolution of a picture, you kind of get the idea. So if you zoom into an image long enough, you'll lose the form or shapes or representative qualities of it, and you end up with something like white noise. And I presume something like that is true also of sound.
Sure. I think there's I was discussing with some of the students prior to this event who have been making an ad that sometimes interrupts the broadcast with their ad, but they had a really great idea too, or just like premonition in the sense that, yeah, how we keep having like 2K camera, 4K camera, 8K, etc. Like there's also a threshold where the higher the resolution, the less semantic value it would actually have for us. But I mean, on that point, I think it's also really interesting and relevant to highlight that the way that you treat information in this kind of theoretical universe you're painting out is not in relation to it's like the way it acts as signal for something, but you describe it as a process rather. And that's where I was linking it to the individuation, because the individuation part is, the co-evolution. It's not like I am individuating and everything around me is not, right? It's this whole feedback dynamic of like the milieu, the entity, etc. So it's a co-constitutive process in that sense. But that's where I was like finding this really interesting link between understanding information as process, rather than like what sorts of semantic measurable value does it deliver to me. And so maybe do you want to like outline that a little bit better? Because obviously you've written, I know it wasn't last week, so it's not as like fresh, and you've moved on to probably different things, but the idea of information as process and not as, let's say, packet or whatever, struck me as really an important issue that I'm also trying to figure out the full consequences of this move.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember and to think how it connects with this realization that I made yesterday about the ubiquity, I guess, of noise as a kind of level of ontological resolution. Maybe I can get back there if I stick for a second with this question of resolution, and you look at it from the point of view of how we form concepts about experience, which then become part of our experience. And I guess the one way to connect this to the question of process is how the process of forming concepts about reality is a kind of dynamical alignment with experience, in the sense that your concepts co-evolve with your experience. That doesn't make complete sense. I'm sorry, I can't jump there right now, because now I'm kind of suddenly obsessed with this idea of noise as simply the highest form of resolution of reality.
Mm-hmm.
So for the scholastic philosophers, the problem was, how do you account for the this here and now, or what Scotus called the hexaity? What is it that makes our experience, that individuates our experience, in the sense not of bringing about objects, but in the sense of being individual, in the sense of singular and unique and irreplaceable. That even if you had the same experience tomorrow, it's not, or an identical experience tomorrow, this one here now is irreplaceable in its here and nowness. Even if there are 10 experiences that are exactly the same, then they're not, they're identical, but not the actual here, this now. So the reason I'm kind of insisting on this is that if the categories work hierarchically through a kind of levels of generalizations of genera and species, and the more resolution you add to it, the closer you come to the individual. So from I don't know, from animal to human, to, in the end, the individual Socrates, for example. That is the kind of preferred example of the scholastic. So once you reach the individual, however, you ask yourself, okay, how is it constituted? What is it about Socrates that makes him an individual? Or Pascal, for example, gave this example where he says, I look out of the window, I see people passing by. Do I see individuals? No, I just see people in general, because I'm not really paying attention to them. And if someone sees me from a window, do they really see me as an individual? And what is it about me that makes me an individual if all the qualities that they can perceive of me are transient? My intelligence, my beauty, what I'm wearing, my physiological state. I mean, I can't remember the exact list of examples that he gives, but basically everything you can say about a person can change. And if you strip all these things away, you don't know anymore what it is that you called individual or singular about them. And it's a really weird question to ask yourself, and this is why I'm so blown away by it right now, by kind of going back to medieval philosophy, because the singularity of this here-ness is, on the one hand, the highest resolution of a concept, and on the other hand, it's also a limit concept. It's not really a concept anymore. So when we talk about noise in everyday language, of course it's a concept. we have loads of concepts of noise. If there's someone drilling next door, it's a noise. If you are a sound engineer, you have a whole taxonomy of different noises that are ordered and arranged. But if you think about noise as this singularity that cannot be generalized, and there's a link between this singularity, the absolute complexity of the this, here, now, that goes beyond the generalizations you can say about it, that is related also to this question of maximum entropy.
Yeah.
Then it's a really unique problem for reason, because you say, okay, does that mean this noise of singularity of reality is beyond reason? So it's just something that you engage with if you're an irrationalist and you say, okay, let's forget reason because it can't reach here, so we'll just be irrational about it. Or is it, on the contrary, necessary for reason not to stop? Because if reason stops at this point, then it's no better than dogmaticism, because a dogma is simply a stopping of thought. It's not nothing else. It's a thought that can no longer evolve. So if reason has this kind of limit concept that is no longer a concept, a form of resolution that is the highest resolution, but it also no longer provides a concept that you can generalize to other things, then you have, on the one hand, a starting point for reason, also an axiom, because there is no reason for reason to exist or thought to exist unless you start from reality. And at the same time as its limit problem.
Right.
You know what I mean? So all I'm trying to say is that here, if you think about it this way, then noise is no longer what interferes, or the screeching sound, or the way that we tend to think about it, but it's a form of attention to the ubiquity of reality presenting itself to us.
At every instant.
At every instant, in every situation, whether it's relevant to you or not, whether it's pertinent because of what you're doing or not. It's a question of how much attention you pay.
Yeah,
it's a question of dignity too. Because if you stop at the level of generalization, what the other thing the scholastics would say is that the idea has less value than the thing that it refers to with the idea. So if you have a reality, an experience plus an idea, that's worth more than, it's better to have an apple in front of you than just the idea of an apple. So if you have a person in front of you, and the logic of discrimination, for instance, can be compared to the logic of noise. In the everyday understanding of noise is a kind of otherness, or it's a form of interference, or it's what disturbs, or it's what you didn't expect. And in terms of when we think about discrimination, we think about it in analogous terms. But if you turn the problem around and look at it from the point of view of this singularity of the individual, then discrimination becomes a denial of the singularity of the person. So racism, or the discrimination on the basis of, I don't know, gender or disability or whatever, it's not only the fact that you say what you are has no value to me, or what you are is not familiar to me and I don't like it, or you don't belong to my group, or something like that. It's also whenever you treat someone as a category rather than as a singular individual. And including the environment. I mean, if you the dignity of the singularity of reality would be such that, for instance, you can fell 1 million trees as a commodity. It's very hard to fell a single tree that is familiar to you in its complexity, because perhaps you grew up with it. And so what I'm trying to say is that if you integrate noise as something ubiquitous, as the level of resolution of the real, or the category that corresponds to your level of attention and the value that you give to the reality in front of you, that's a slightly different way of thinking about noise than if you think about it only as a form of otherness, or interference, or something that is in a kind of competition with a signal, with information. And so forth.
No, that's an extremely helpful way to process it, and like flip the script on it, so to speak. I think, like, at the same time, though, I'm also yes, I mean, I'm going with you on this premise, and then I'm thinking too of like, you know, when like Catherine Hales talks about like cognition's expensive, you know, and what she means by that is like, yeah, I guess developing a sort of cognitive sensitivity to, you know, novelty or whatever, new ideas, concepts, etc. It's immense amount of energy. Therefore, it's like on a practical level, we need patterns, right? I can't wake up every morning and be like, oh my joy, how do I make coffee? You know, like, you know what I mean? Like I just have to get into a pattern in order to, but also for kind of energy offloading, like to not have to learn that task every day, even though technically I'm engaging with brand new molecules every time I touch this cup, etc., including myself. So like, again, it calls to mind this question of like, of thresholds and degrees, I think, because there's like, even the idea that I feel relatively continuous from the last, like, you know, 40 plus years, we don't need to be specific, is a fact of like creating a generalization, creating a pattern, because we all know that we're not the same ontological substance as before, right? So like, I guess maybe we're shifting discussion less between information and noise and more it's like noise and patterns somehow.
Which is it's not really a shift, because that's exactly what the relation between redundancy and entropy is. It's a question of frequency and patterns and predictability in that sense. But that, if you like, then if you go back from the ontological question, which is indifferent to our psychological capacity to handle it, to the psychological aspect, then you understand why why compulsive forms of generalization that end up being a form of annihilation of the singularity of the other person. And this annihilation may not be like killing someone, but it's usually what precedes, you know, situations in society where people will come into harm's way. And that's why it's so important, I think, on a to take into account the psychological level at which you cultivate the best you can a kind of ecology of information and noise in the traditional sense of what is predictable and unpredictable, so that you understand that there are conditions in which you can embrace novelty and uncertainty, and others where you can't, and that you also then develop an understanding for people who are close to you, who can't in some circumstances, where a concurrence of events and you know, unrelated traumas, for example, lead to the fact that there's a saturation of uncertainty. A new event happens, like the pandemic, and there's a shutdown and a catastrophic reaction. So if you don't think about it in terms of this ecology of information and noise, that means that as a human being, nobody can take radical uncertainty all the time. And it's also not the point. I mean, there's a reason why we go on autopilot, or why we talk, why we have philosophy in the first place, why we do have concepts that enable us to navigate through this ultimately infinite complexity of reality. But I also think there's a kind of ethics to noise, that you say, okay, I understand I need both, but I also understand that if I get the calibration of this wrong, people and, you know, other species and other forms of reality come into harm's way.
Right. Yeah, there's like, it's not just an intellectual thought game, there are actual like material, behavioral, social, organizational ramifications from this negotiation or unwillingness to negotiate this. I mean, it's interesting because it kind of, the way when I hear you describing it, it sort of is like coming into line as well with, I think, one of the tendencies that we're seeing, because when you talk about the problem of the compulsion to generalize, that seems to me analogous to this compulsion to simplify. And when we're talking about, like, you know, my projects or my interest in, like, you know, what would mean a planetary dimension, forms of life, etc., like, these are not, you can't simplify those, right? We're talking about basically how do you navigate complexity. And so I was wondering if there's, you know, and that to me seems to have like quite severe political consequences, in the sense that it's much easier to sell a very simplified, totally fake, totally erroneous narrative, which I think a lot of the right wing does, right? They take a very complex problem and then localize it on a false culprit, through xenophobia or what have you. And so, yeah, this kind of ethics of noise is quite interesting because it basically seems to be, I mean, that does tie into your work, or your working through ambiguity and noise that you are like specifically, explicitly addressing in your book. But then again, yeah, I mean, it's always these like delicate thresholds too of like when does the decision come? How does one determine making those decisions when the ambiguity ends, right?
And this is fundamentally, I think, a question of normativity, not in the sense of the power of norms that exist, but of the fundamental power that we have both as individuals in our own biography, but also collectively,
Mm-hmm.
to re-engineer the norms that shape the way that we engage with reality. And that's a really difficult and delicate thing, in relation to which the question of complexity and the calibration, or this ecology of information and noise that we need to tend to, because we can't live in an oversimplification without becoming fascists, and we can't live in an complexification without also becoming fascist, because we ultimately provoke a form of catastrophic reaction that then turns the situation we were striving for around into its opposite. Sorry, I did thought just before that the complexity and the global. Simondon has a really interesting way at the beginning of the part in his book on individuation, where he talks about biological individuation. He makes a point that the whole of an organism, so the overarching principle of organization, doesn't necessarily have to be more complex or even more complicated than the parts that it conjoins. So you can have a relatively simple mechanism of organization. You could think the global as something that is not necessarily more complex than the local. And to take that a little bit further, one of the authors that he refers to is Kurt Goldstein, who in a book called The Logic of the Organism, I think, starts from the premise where he says, throughout the history of Western thought, at least, the atom, or the indivisible, is another concept for the individual in a way, was taken to be the simplest thing. Whereas if you apply this logic to biology, it's the complete opposite is the truth, because an organism is something that you can analyze into its parts, and you can, identify functions and structures and operations. But when you reach the level of the cell, you have something that is complex in the sense that it is not unfolded in a way where the structures and operations and its functionality are obvious to you. So in that sense, because it's not unfolded but still complex, it's much more complex than the way that the organism puts the whole thing together. So that could be one way of looking at, again, slightly changing the angle on the question of the complexity of the global, and say, for example, the question of labor rights in the world are so crude. They're not actually that complex. The logic of value extraction, or
it's quite simple what's going on,
and yet they are really globalizing, organizing principles. So yeah, I don't know. It's always, it's like perhaps we have to come back to Pascal. It's this idea that you have to situate yourself between two infinites, the infinitely large and the infinitely large and the infinitely small. So you have an expansion of complexity into the infinitely large, and the infinite entanglement of everything with everything. And you have also the, an expansion of complexity towards the infinitely small, in the sense that the infinitely small is what is least expanded, least explicit, where the possibilities are still kind of clammed up and not easy to prize apart or analyze. And yeah, this both ontologically in terms of complexity, we kind of sit in the middle, and also in a pretty narrow margin, because in every respect we inhabit the margin of I don't know, perception that our species affords to us, including the technology that we have been able to extend this by. It's still a margin. There are things that we can't perceive that other species can perceive differently. In terms of I don't know, the temperature margin that we can sustain life in, and various other variables. But we don't only sit on this spectrum of the infinitely small and infinitely large, sandwiched between two infinites of complexity, and we need something that is not overwhelmingly complex. We have this little margin, a little ecology of embracing and negating entropy, and keeping ourselves relatively stable within conditions that are not infinitely generous.
Yes, no, not infinitely generous, but it's also curious that I mean, I'm not sure of the climate science in Pascal's time, but I also think that there was probably a much more there was a much more of an assumption that there was at least some kind of stability to the ground, let's say. I'm assuming, but maybe that's totally wrong.
I mean, certainly I don't think climate was as a topic that present. The assumption was probably that things are cyclical and aren't going to change in the big picture of it so much. But I still think that Pascal was famous for his wager. And it's always hard to extract the extreme originality of thought from a period where people were obsessed with God, because then you're obliged to talk about God, and I don't really want to talk about God because it's got kind of strings attached that I don't want to really revive necessarily. But if you talked about the wager that he makes on being, if you I don't know if that's if you can even extract yourself from it, and even if you don't, you probably use the term being without realizing all the theological connotations that have embedded themselves in it. But this idea of the wager was that you don't know if God exists or not. But if you believe in God and he doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. And if you don't believe in God and he doesn't exist, it sucks. You made the wrong wager, basically. And I think this idea of the wager is very closely related to an engagement with uncertainty that goes beyond probability, in the sense that probability deals with what exists in experience, with the frequency or pattern of events that have happened in the past and that you expect to reoccur or not, or in whatever pattern or order. So it's leap, literally a leap of faith beyond the safety net that past experience can provide. I think that's still quite relevant also for thinking about the climate.
Sure. No, I agree. I think I mean, I've been trying to think about this a lot because in my fields, like in arts and design, there's a kind of I would say like possibility fetishism or possibility idealism, where unqualified, right, possibility is just like celebrated through like speculation, all these sorts of terms. So I've been like I've been in dialogue with a friend and colleague who's a computer scientist and who's been a very helpful dialogue partner and really giving me a lot of concepts to think about. And one is about like realizabilities in order to get out of that trap of possibility idealism, because I feel like, yes, a leap of faith, but a leap of faith could be have completely, as we see with a lot of like technology, which is literally tested in the wild, right? In a very mundane, practical sense outside of philosophy. And a lot of that can have very negative effects, right? Like, and we only come out about it because we weren't able to think ramifications, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of interested in this idea of like realizability, first of all, so that you don't get into this possibility idealism of just like utter nonsense, like the possibility that unicorns are going to rain down in front of me,
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
like,
totally agree with you.
I'm
Actually,
like, okay, fine, but not that, not significant. But also things that are like, in a kind of world-making sense of Goodman, like things with the materials at hand that can be like retinkered with, reconfigured. So you're not always in this like mode of degree zero change, let's say. Like it's definitely an eminent positionality, if you want. Because this leap of faith frightens me a little bit, especially when we think about certain, and I don't even think you need to be like pro. It's not like being falling into that Simondon like fear of technology sort of thing at all. But it's like good to have a, if someone is like, okay, we're going to block out the sun and do all these things in order, like massive irreversible engineering project. Like I think we should at least think about this, before just like having a leap of faith, if that makes sense.
absolutely, and it goes both ways, because also a notion of an empty notion of possibility that doesn't take account of, well, this not only the singularity of reality, but the actual patterns that exist in terms of physical invariance, for instance. The fact that there are reasons why, amongst all the things that are possible, flying pigs are not the most likely,
Right.
or unicorns or what have you. So there is a sterility to thinking possibility in relation to reality without taking into consideration the constraints that already exist. A pure speculativeness, or the embracing of an empty category of possibilities, basically is just neutral. It's just empty.
Sure.
On the other hand, as you say, there are the unintended consequences too of all the things that you could evoke that are, or that you could bring about that are possible but not desirable. I think
Well,
that's
yeah, because
of what you were saying.
sure. I mean, basically, isn't climate catastrophe is basically the uncalculated negative externalities? Because in our framework of, creating value, we weren't, that was irrelevant.
I think for this, for instance, to think through this problem, it's precise. I think Simondon has a really good account of invention that is interesting in this respect. He gives the example of a water turbine that I can't remember it well enough to explain it now here. But there's something about a retrospect, a future anterior. It will have been possible on the basis of experience and the state of the art or the state of your technological development. It wouldn't have been possible to have a turbine like this. But he has a really beautiful account of the way in which you have these, likewise, a kind of leap of faith, but not an uninformed leap of faith.
Right.
It goes through a really a careful study of reality and its complexities. But there is also a leap whereby, rather than adapting to the difficulties that the concretely actual existing situation presents to you, and you say, okay, how do I render all these different parameters compatible? Instead of adapting to it, and I always thought this was a really interesting way of looking at emancipation struggles too. You have to actually imagine a situation that doesn't exist yet, and that will work out, but you will have to think of it in huge detail, and it's not something that comes without experience, but it also goes beyond experience. And so I think it was got too bad memory to really recount it here in detail. But that's really a lot of beautiful literature on this example of the water turbine that would basically, if it wasn't in water, and he uses the synergy of the natural elements and the elements of the technical object as something that resolves a problem that couldn't otherwise have been resolved, and it can only be resolved through this act of invention that is an informed act of invention, but that is not an act of invention that is limited to what is given when you start to project it. So it's not an adaptation to existing reality. It's it's an invention that changes the reality together with the object that you bring about.
Yeah, no, but this is like, this is a perfect moment. You have no idea how perfect this moment is to transition into our next guest who just arrived, Professor Battle-Baptiste. And because when you talk about this like need, the need to create the conditions of a world that doesn't exist. I mean, from the artist side, you create those conditions of a world that doesn't exist in order to afford the perspectives that allow you to like gaze into the like pathologies of the present, let's say. And there's this beautiful device that I learned about in Professor Battle-Baptiste's edited book on W.E. Du Bois data portraits. And the introduction starts by describing this speculative story from W.E. Du Bois, really old one, like a fiction, before the data portraits. And there's this device called a megascope that was invented. And it's basically like ocular rift. And basically it allowed what was the expression? It allows you to see the great near. And the idea was like that white people couldn't see the like effects of structural racism. And this would be a device, a fictional device.
Oh,
that wow. This like narrator of the story could wear to like see structural injustice, to like come to experience. And it was basically like around anyways, I don't want to like encroach too much on Professor Battle-Baptiste's time, but it's just to say that I'm so obsessed with this problem of like, even when you say a naive concept like, I want a better world, like what a naive thing to say, but you're actually conjuring like the imagination of something that doesn't exist. So how do you think from conditions that do not yet exist? And so I find that like such a compelling problem philosophically and artistically as well. So I'm so glad you raised it.
but I'm really looking forward to the next presentation too, and I hope what I said kind of made sense, because this was literally a jam session for me. I kind of concocted half of this while I was listening to the other presentations, and a session I had yesterday thinking about medieval philosophy, and it kind of came together. So I hope it wasn't too confusing. But Whitney, I'm really looking forward to your presentation now. But thank you so much, Patricia, for letting me be part of this bigger conversation.
It's a huge honor to have you, and I hope that we can continue the dialogue. No doubt, lots of mutual friends. Yeah. But before I'm gonna jump to, because Professor Battle-Baptiste, we're actually doing this this is kind of like just our personal interface, but we're live streaming it. So we have like title screens and transitions and like fancy stuff. So I'll just like introduce you, or I'll probably get a signal from our colleague who is operating the live stream. Thank you so much, Cécile. And then I'll properly introduce you so that we're not just like relaying into a giant conversation. But how are you doing otherwise?
I'm good. It's early, but yeah, I'm here. I'm just gonna actually grab my coffee, but I can hear. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna introduce you, so that's totally fine. There's time.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
it's already made. So
yeah, take your time. All right, so apologies, that was a bit of an abrupt transition. My apologies. I need to get more socially adept at doing these broadcasts, but thanks again to Cécile. Very grateful for the conversation, and as I mentioned, into the segue now with Professor Battle-Baptiste. So I really was excited to invite, as you could maybe get an inclination from Sahej's presentation, this kind of interest in thinking about artistic practice, or artists is already sort of like, we're makers of artifacts, even if it's in the present. So rather than thinking, artifactuality is only something that is like referring to the past. And of course, Professor Battle-Baptiste is always like saying, but the past doesn't remain in the past. I really wanted to get like the perspective of an actual practicing archaeologist who also has a fairly, I think it's fair to say, transdisciplinary methodology, right? Like recognizing the limits of the constraint of disciplinarity of, and this I'm gleaning from her book, Black Feminist Archaeology, but the limits of the field, and seeking influences from, like Black feminist theorization, but also literary resources and so on, and looking at how those like weave and create frictions or influence different ways to ask questions. But I'm going to let Professor Battle-Baptiste tell us about her work after this short introduction. So she's a professor of anthropology at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, holding a PhD in anthropology and a proud graduate of the African Diaspora Program in Anthropology from the University of Texas, Austin. And her research focuses on the connection of race, gender, and class and sexuality during slavery and post-emancipation. So Battle-Baptiste is currently the director of the W.E. Du Bois Center at UMass Amherst, which was established to engage audiences in discussions and scholarship of W.E. Du Bois and related archival collections. So the Du Bois Center also raises awareness and promotes scholarship around issues involving race, labor, and social injustice throughout the world. And she works both as a scholar and activist, and her research primarily focuses on community-based archaeology, which affords seeing the classroom as a space to engage contemporary issues with a sensibility of the past. Like I said, in other words, teaches us about a past that is not past, which is a great turn of phrase. Her publications include the book Black Feminist Archaeology from 2011 and W.E. Du Bois's Data Portraits, Visualizing Black America, which was co-edited with Britt Russert in 2019. And her most recent work navigates the ways that archaeological theory and materiality impact and informs the ways we understand systemic racism in US and abroad. So without further ado, I will hand over the floor to you. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation today. Really grateful you tuned in so early.
Thank you. Yes, sometimes when you have friends in different parts of the world and you think globally, you have to remember time differences. So I completely understand. And thank you so much, Patricia, for inviting me, because I'm trying to kind of navigate some of the things that you brought up in order for me to kind of talk about the ways that we take for granted material and the material that we live with and we can't live without. The concept of speculative fiction, as in Du Bois's the Princess Steele, speculative fiction and science fiction is actually a space in which African descent folks can imagine a world that has the possibility of emancipatory existence, or an emancipatory existence. So Du Bois was a sociologist. Du Bois was very data-driven. However, I would argue that the Data Portraits, which is the basis of the book, was from the 1900 Paris Exposition and the American Negro exhibit, which was extremely rare. And it was something that was the brainchild of Du Bois, and as well as Thomas Callaway. And Thomas Callaway is the one that sought Du Bois out to be the curator for this exhibit. Now, the reason why I say it was so unique is because if it's at the World Exposition, you're also talking about a moment, 1900, you're talking about a moment where the concept of human zoos are still a part of kind of the exhibit spaces, right? So you're looking at eugenics is in not necessarily full swing, but eugenics, the science of racial hierarchies are extremely visceral and very real. What the American Negro exhibit demonstrates, I feel like I'm jumping ahead of myself. So I just, because I'm excited about talking about this. So everyone put a pin in the Paris Exposition for a moment, because I really want to kind of explain two things. One, why speculative fiction is a space where Du Bois in some ways excels. He never publishes his speculative fiction. Or there's very few published. He has a lot more written than has been published or has been out in the public sphere. I want to say that Du Bois was very data-based. He was very much a sociologist, a study of people, places, culture, practices. And at the same time, in between these extremely data-driven publications, such as the Philadelphia Negro, Black Reconstruction, and those are kind of the two probably largest. And I'm skipping over the Souls of Black Folk, because the Souls of Black Folk is not data-driven, but it kind of comes out of an expression kind of after the Paris Exposition. And I'm going to have a timeline. This is why I left history, because timelines annoy me, I think, very circularly. So at this moment, Du Bois has completed the Philadelphia Negro, which was published in 1899, but the research happened prior to that in Philadelphia. The speculative fiction, the fiction he wrote fiction, he wrote poetry, he wrote pageants, he wrote plays. These happen literally in between these really large these writing projects that we kind of know him for, or he is known for. And so that speculative fiction is at a moment, or comes in moments when Du Bois is literally navigating and finding expression and trying to figure out where the liberatory aspects of his work, how do they work for people reading his fiction or engaging in the work that he's presenting. Because 1899, he leaves Philadelphia. And I like to do this. And this is, as an archaeologist, it's important for me to talk about context. So, of course, I go to museums and get, annoyed, because a lot of times things are out of context. But the context for the data portraits, I think, is extremely important to understanding where Du Bois's mindset, or where he was in his life and in his thinking. So 1899, he moves his very young marriage. He and his wife moved to Atlanta, where in doing the Philadelphia Negro, he expected or assumed, as a graduate of Harvard, that he would potentially secure a tenure-track position at UPenn. This was not the case. He did this phenomenal work, and then went to historically Black college, which was Atlanta University in Atlanta. Before that, he was at Wilberforce, which is also a historically Black college. But the emphasis at Wilberforce, he wasn't able to teach kind of the social sciences. It was a lot of religious based philosophy that he had to kind of follow, and he was not really, that's not what he wanted to do. So Wilberforce didn't work for him. He goes to Philadelphia. Philadelphia doesn't work out, so he's in Atlanta. 1899 is a pretty tumultuous year for Du Bois. There is a lynching on right outside of Georgia proper. There's a man by the name of Sam Hose who is brutally murdered. And it's all over the papers. Everyone knows about it. Du Bois is actually in the process of going to the offices of the Atlanta Constitution to give an op-ed piece, what we would call an op-ed piece, to write against lynching and the inability for the US government to pass anti-lynching legislation, which I also bring up because the United States finally, yesterday, our president, Biden, signed into law the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act, and it's 2022, and I'm talking 1899. So we have been fighting a long time to make lynching a not only a crime, but a hate crime. So that just happened yesterday. So this is a timely conversation. The brutality of Sam Hose's murder directly impacts Du Bois. As he's walking down the street, he literally learns that the knuckles of Sam Hose are being displayed at a butcher shop on the very street that he is walking. And he says that it literally stops him in his tracks. And he turns around and never makes it to the offices of the Atlanta Constitution. But not only did it stop him in his tracks, it also allowed him to realize it was the moment where he decided that propaganda was the way to go. So it in many ways, he realized that data alone was not emancipatory. Data alone, as in the Philadelphia Negro, was not going to create equality or equity in any way. And so it was something that moment, right, really became something that was very real. And for me, it was literally the body of Sam Hose that kind of shifted Du Bois's emphasis on data versus data and data with propaganda, right? Which becomes the souls of Black folk in many ways. It's not necessarily data, but he puts data in there, but he's also talking about all kinds of things like the striving and how education is letting down the American Negro, et cetera, et cetera. About a month later, his 18-month-old son passes away. He dies because he is a Negro and he cannot be taken to a hospital. He cannot get a doctor. He could have lived. And Du Bois sees this as a direct, again, it's the body of his child who is not buried in Atlanta. He takes his child as well as his wife, and they are buried in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, where he was born. And so these two events and Thomas Calloway coming to him at the same time is the context of where Du Bois is as these data portraits are coming together. The data portraits are a collective effort of the amazing students, men and women at Atlanta University, as well as other colleagues, other sociologists that were kind of the leading folks in, or leading experts in I guess what would be called Black sociology, but it's not. It's American, it's US sociology, right? But it is the emphasis on looking at the American Negro exhibit was literally to show the world in Paris what the African descended community has accomplished since slavery. So the data, right, the data portraits, the beauty of them, the colors of them, they're all statistics, but they're statistics that are coupled with, this exhibit is huge, they're coupled with pictures from places, historically Black colleges such as Fisk University, in Nashville, where he was a graduate of, Howard University in Washington, D.C., Hampton University in Hampton, Virginia. So he's showing students in laboratories learning science, learning the domestic arts, as it was called, learning agricultural skills. This is also as you know, Booker T. Washington in Tuskegee University, and teaching the importance of us understanding agriculture and helping in the invention and the progress and the forwardness of how we grow food, how we use food, how we learn not to waste food, and things like this. And I'm completely skipping Booker T. Washington versus W.E.B. Du Bois. This is kind of before that happens, because it's actually Booker T. Washington's kind of, he gave his kind of his name to this exhibit, and that's how the government really gave the money to Callaway to create this exhibit. So it was a federally funded exhibit. Du Bois spent all the money on the exhibit and actually went to Paris at the bottom of a ship in steerage because he had no money left to get there. But that's how committed he was to this exhibit. But also he had to be there because Du Bois has a somewhat controlling personality. And so he had to make sure that everything was the way he needed it to be. So again, that's the context of what's going on. The materiality of the exhibit is amazing. It has literature that is all by African Americans, written by African Americans. This is on display. You've got pictures, like I said, of students in classrooms, students teaching in these historically Black colleges across the nation. You also have the sculpture, art. These are contributions of African Americans to this. The building they were in was the United States building, right? And in addition, I want to say the data portraits have examples of home ownership since 1865. My favorite is the cover of the book, which I don't have a slideshow, so sorry. But this is the cover of the book. This actual spiral to me is I didn't pick the cover, but that's actually my favorite data portrait. It's because it actually shows what is in African American kitchens, like what their stuff is, like the amount of the power, their buying power between 1865 and 1899. And what you see is that initially it's so small, and then it just continues to increase and increase, and the spiral, right, is these data portraits have been, that have been talked about in terms of their aesthetics, was very unique at that moment, right? Du Bois doesn't engage in this kind of data visualization after this. Why that is, I'm not sure. And Britt and I cannot find the answer to that. But seeing that spiral, it in many ways, it catches your eye. And that was part of the power of these data visualizations. They appear, the colors are inviting, and you want to look closer to see what is that about? That's the propaganda. The propaganda is pulling you in, right? And you're looking at the material, the increase in material wealth of African Americans since emancipation. So even if you don't understand what I mean by propaganda, the propaganda is partially thinking through the ways in which newly freed people, right, are engaging in the labor market of the United States. But not only that, they are now participating in mass consumption, right? And so you're talking about factories, you're talking about catalogs where you can send away for materials and no one knows what race you are. You can obtain the same things that your neighbors obtain without going into a store and facing, you know, racism and, you know, overpricing and all these kinds of things that create economic or the basis for the systemic policies and problems that create a huge gap in terms of our economic equality in the United States. And the turn of the century is an interesting time for the United States. I mean, you're talking before the Great Depression, but you're also talking about just before. This is kind of just before it's before World War I, and you don't yet have the mass exodus of African Americans from the South going to the North, which again changes the demographics of the United States. And so the data visualizations to me also point out the creativity of the Atlanta School of Sociology. His students worked on these. His students also collected the data. We have yet to be able to name these students, to find these students, which is really frustrating. But it's good because it means that there is more work out there. There's more work to find, to kind of fill in. But the happiness that Britt and I had was that these data visualizations are all together in one space. And that is, in many ways, the power of the book. And of course, we got really, really, really cool people to write about it. Alden Morris, who is the author of The Scholar Denied, which is about W.E.B. Du Bois as the founding person. I don't want to say founding father, that has other implications. The founding person of sociology, who he is not credited as being that. And again, we need to remember and recall that W.E.B. Du Bois went to Germany to study sociology before it was even really kind of, you know, solidified in the United States. So he didn't learn it secondhand. He learned it from the spaces in which it was, you know, initially beginning to be a discipline. And Mabel O. Wilson, who has written a lot about Negro exhibits and the power of architecture, the power of thinking and design. And I have to admit, as an archaeologist, I like design and I appreciate what some of us jokingly call above ground archaeology, which is architecture. But at the same time, I through this book and through working with Mabel and Silas Monroe, amazing, who was able to really help us break down what each of these visualizations actually speak to and mean. It takes a lot of translation, a lot more than me just going, wow, these are really pretty, and they're very powerful pieces, but there's a lot of data in there that was being presented to the world on the world stage for the first time. And the truth is that it was shown again in the exhibit itself was shown one other time in Rochester, New York. And then after that, it went to the Library of Congress and it stayed there. And it's there to this day. Du Bois was never able to show the exhibit again and actually get the stuff back because it was government funded. And I guess they took their materials back and kept them. Again, there's so many gaps to the larger story about why Du Bois never really pursued using the visualizations again, even though he stayed at Atlanta University for many years after this. And then, of course, part of, I think, the data visualizations, the American Negro exhibit, the souls of Black folk, and then him being the editor of the Crisis magazine, which was a publication that was, some would say, I can't remember how many, it was like, I don't know how many millions every month were, and it was said that on every African American coffee table there was a copy of The Crisis. It had an extremely successful distribution, and that was the means of propaganda for Du Bois from that point forward, right? So that's extremely important. But it is the data visualizations. And also we have to understand that I and Britt and I both want to credit the students for the colors, because none of us can imagine, or neither of us, actually none of us, Mabel, Alden, Silas, nobody can imagine Du Bois coloring in these visualizations. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying Du Bois was an elitist, sort of, but I just can't. I see him giving some latitude to his students in a way that I hope one day we find out who these students are, so that we can really engage with what they were thinking, right? And how and why they picked what they picked, and what was the charge? Like, how, we want to find out what this, and this is. And so I think that for me, again, materialism is a very taken for granted aspect of our lives. Like, okay, it's cold, you put on clothing and stuff like that. But what does the clothing say about you? What is what you have represent who you are, or what are you trying to say in that way? So there's so many layers to this that I really, and I know I was a little bit all over the place, but I'm so excited about all of this, and I just I think I can open it up now and see if there are any questions, or do you want me to speak to anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I can. Yeah, like we've got a mediator who can let us know if there are questions on Twitch, and we'll put them here for us to check out. I mean, I have a lot of questions because I had the pleasure of doing the pre-research of before meeting you. And like there was one thing that I was like wondering, because I don't want to just talk about Du Bois, because I mean you've got your own practices and your own methodology and all that sort of thing that I also want to like bring to the fore as well. But at the same time, I was wondering if there was, and it's not a chicken or egg question, but there was a similarity that struck me in the way that when you're accounting in especially at the beginning part of your own book, your monograph, about encountering these disciplinary limits, the frustrations, the like dealing with excavation sites that have very different significance for like people with different historical backgrounds and so on and so forth. But that you also, it seemed to kind of create within you this sense of necessity that your work have tangible meaningfulness or import in the lives of people today, right? Because one would say like, well, how does this contribute to the betterment of people's lives? Because you're digging up old stuff, like why should I care? But then, so I was wondering if like this figure of Du Bois, and hope you don't take this the wrong way, but as the propagandist, has that like, do you find a resonance? And I'm not saying you're a propagandist, but I mean more, to put in a more, the popularization and like being a public intellectual and using the skills that you have in a professional field to have public import and not just be in these disciplinary enclosures, like, what Lewis Gordon calls disciplinary decadence, where you just like have tea with your mates and,
I have no problem being called a propagandist because I like propaganda. I say the right kind of propaganda. There's can be propaganda can be used for many things, but I think that what drives me and how I in some ways can relate to what Du Bois's frustration. Du Bois is dealing at a moment where, there's segregation and he can't actually go into certain libraries to do his research and study because he's African American. For me, there's so much ability to do propaganda in archaeology, especially in the sense that when I first started to learn about archaeology, because I came from history, it was the artifact. And for me, that was problematic. It was also problematic for the ways in which Americanist archaeology is separated into historical archaeology and prehistorical archaeology, which the defining date is, guess what? 1492. Apparently, some guy named Columbus visited this area. But what that does is in quote unquote prehistory, right? The artifact is at the center, and just like anthropology, and I have no problems being very honest and transparent about anthropology because it has a very jaded, shaded, and imperialist history, that what archaeologists are doing are just like cultural anthropologists. They are translating a particular people, a particular culture, a particular site in a way that is legible for those who are outside of that particular culture or site or place or people. And what happens when a person of African descent then digs or excavates or is part of an excavation at a plantation site in the US? Well, what happens is, first of all, there should be some kind of commitment to understanding the African past in the United States, 1619 on, and what that means, and how you, if we're talking about context, we need to expand it beyond just the context of the artifacts. We need to actually understand what finding these artifacts mean for the descendants of people who were held in captivity. And we don't necessarily know. It's very hard sometimes to trace where your folks were held. I'm kind of delving into this long range project, and it's about, you know, my family's past and finding out ancestry. I've got one plantation so far, and it's really mind blowing to even think about, wow, to be able to go down to a place where I knew that my great 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 grandmother was held in captivity. That's like, it's something that I've studied people that I don't know and talking about it in this larger understanding of ancestors, right? And not actually directly tying it to myself. And so in thinking about that, I think about my interactions with descendants who I have met from the Hermitage where I did my dissertation work, or from the site in the Bahamas on the island of Eleuthera where I've done some work, and no archaeology down there. That work was all oral histories. And it was just as important because that oral histories and my former graduate student, who now is a wonderful doctor out there in the world, Dr. Elena Sesma, her dissertation was on the site in Eleuthera where we were working. And initially her disappointment was like, well, we're not going to do archaeology down here. And I was like, what you are, because you're an archaeologist, right? And the structures there led to conversations and people remembering what spaces mean and the stories behind why this space is important. Oh, wow, I forgot about this little grove. There was a wall that was over here. And so there's a potential to go back there and to do archaeology, but there's also the potential to kind of allow for a reinvigoration or an interest, propaganda, of folks wanting to learn about their own local histories. And that is important in places like we see today in the United States, in places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and places like Rosewood down in Florida, where African American towns were decimated, and they're no longer there, and none of the descendants are there. Yet the history, archaeology, and oral and kind of what we would, I guess, what we would call contemporary archaeology, because contemporary archaeology it's not all about excavating a site, because let's face it, environmentally, excavating is not actually good for the earth. And I know that's controversial to say, but we also understand that there are potentially so many things on shelves in museums and in labs that we have enough to go back, literally to go back to collections and ask new and interesting questions. Generationally, we have different questions to ask of material that has been there, and potentially different connections, right? And so that to me is I'm no longer as frustrated as I used to be, because of trying to use my own experience and my own my own context, my own historical experience, and to understand how that can influence the ways that I see. But it also helps, for me to mentor younger archaeologists and to encourage their vision, right? To understand how people look and see themselves reflected in particular sites where their stories have been neglected, right? So there's all of these. There are many directions that I think I'm excited about, where my work is going, right? And there are my excitement about the next generation, and I feel like sometimes my role in that is to make sure that I continue to not just hold my foot in the door to keep it open, but to actually open the door, right? And then allow folks to come in, and here it is. Even if you don't have that collective experience of being an African American woman, such as myself, then you can have a conversation. And then that leads to that dialogue, that cross-disciplinary, that cross kind of historical experience conversation is a part of the strength of what I think the future of archaeology and anthropology and the study of material culture is.
No, it's super interesting what you say. It's like even kind of because one of the artists who joined us from Mumbai in our morning in Europe, so you're in dozing away. He actually like creates whole like archaeological universes and stages his exhibitions like as if, but it's always tied to kind of a kind of like a real, like some kind of real historical finding, but then he just kind of, so the archaeologist produces like site drawings and stuff. So it's all kind of staged like this. So it's a really interesting, I mean, for the viewers, it's interesting now for us to do the montage work and bring you two together.
Yes.
But the other thing that I wanted to ask you about, because I know you've got to go and we're running out of time, but one thing that I was like really struck by when I was reading your book and watching a few lectures was your kind of interest in the mundane and also in domestic spaces. So you're like not looking for like the Colosseum or whatever the big, I don't even know what that would be in archaeology. But it struck me as super important because one of the discussions that I'm privy to in feminist interest is the kind of like concretization of the domestic space as like a done and dusted deal, right? Feminists don't talk about that. It's just like how it is. And it's just like, no, feminists have been like fighting. There's other forms of like care, kinship units, etc. And it just struck me as a really fruitful linkage for like contemporary feminism's interesting in like disturbing the solidity of this domestic space as if it's some kind of given natural order through the kind of work that you're doing and re-narrating these spaces without, like you said, without that precondition of legibility from the outside. So I don't know if you just wanted to say a bit about that. I find it really compelling.
Yeah, thank you, because I when I give talks about, what a Black feminist archaeology is, I do my own context in saying that, I'm from the Bronx, New York. I grew up on the 16th floor of a 33-story building. And I didn't have a front yard or a backyard. But my grandmother was from the South. And so there are ways in which, I had someone directly to go to and talk about like, how did you do this and what? But this idea, especially in the context of a plantation, is really complicated because there's still this idea, this contemporary idea of a nuclear family. So if you have spaces that have, in particular, I'm thinking about the Hermitage, where you have the spaces that were like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 individual family units, that's not real, because everything that happened, and we found archaeologically that everything that was happening out of doors, outside, because there was a central cooking area that everyone used. And for me, that became the center of the domestic space, right? It wasn't these individual spaces, because the nuclear family is almost impossible in the context of being in captivity. You don't have there's no man, head of household, woman, child. No, it's not like that. And so once you leave the shadow of the plantation house, right? The house in which the plantation owner lives, you notice the ways of adaptability. The domestic spaces look very different. So the artifacts we find, and I have a little problem with this idea of women artifacts, men are like, women worked here and men lived here. And it wasn't like that, because there was all kinds of artifacts that pointed to fishing, game playing, cooking, sewing. All of these things are jumbled together. And what does that mean? So what I like to do, and I'll kind of close it up with this, what I like to do is I like to talk to people about, in a contemporary context, I'm the mother of 2 sons, 2 African-American boys, who I have to have I have an African-American girl as well, and she has the conversation too. But there is a specific conversation that we have to have in terms of the ways in which our children interact with police, authority, and things like that under the rules of racism or systemic racism in this country. So I try to give an example of, you are not born knowing how to be a captive. You have to learn how to be a captive. These spaces, these communal spaces, are where knowledge is given. So the talk, right, is given in these spaces by elders who are not valued by the plantation owner, but valued by their own communities, right? So you have men and women, and you might meet your partner there. Your children learn how to do different skills, and they learn how to navigate and survive the system of slavery. And so that's how I complicate the idea of domestic, right? And then complicate this idea of them pushing that forward and assuming that the nuclear family is the norm, when globally, I would argue, not necessarily. So I'll probably just leave it there. And I feel like as a Black feminist, it's important for us to then revisit what we mean by domestic. And why we mean domestic, right? And understand that domestic can be defined in many different ways, not just the realm of where women are quarantined into, right? This is where women must stay, because women of African descent never had the luxury of only being home.
Well, I can't thank you enough for your contribution. It's been so nice to hear you speak and get to know your practice a little bit. And I'm sure there's I hear the note here, lots of happy people on the Twitch stream. So I can't thank you enough. And I know you got to run, so I won't keep you anymore. Thanks for getting up early and joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, Patricia, thank you so much for inviting me. And I hope you keep in touch so I can connect with the artist, because that sounds amazing. So
yeah, absolutely. We've got a whole design theory about this book's release that you learned a little from Mabel. The significant behind the scenes. Anyways, we'll see you all the best.
So much.
We'll see you 10 minutes.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody.
Preview. Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas. Thank you.
Hello, so back again. Hopefully my following the stream on Twitch is coinciding with its actual ending and you weren't waiting so long. So now we're moving in. We've got another quite incredible theoretical lecture and contribution from Inigo Wilkins, who has a book that is going to be very influential on this kind of philosophy of noise dynamic that we've been similar to the import of the book that Cécile wrote, and that's coming out later this year, called Irreversible Noise. And so Inigo is going to be, his presentation is on value capture and fugitive noise, and he's basically, it's basically like trying to it's like outlining how the concepts of value and noise cross philosophical, scientific, political, and artistic concerns. So you'll hear more about that, but get your pens ready. It's an incredible lecture. And just to give a bit of context, a bit of background on Inigo, he's a writer and lecturer across, and he works across quite a few disciplines. You'll notice that's quite a trend today: philosophy, sonic culture, computer science, artificial intelligence, political economy. So his forthcoming book, as I mentioned, Irreversible Noise, will be published by Urbanomic later this year. And he's also published work in Construction Site for Possible Worlds, and in journals such as Literaria, Pragenzia, Mute Magazine, HFT, or High Frequency Trading Review. And he's also co-director of the online journal and sort of research platform Glass Bead, and part of a, I think, relatively new working group called Noise Research Union, of which Cécile is also a part, and almost our last guest as well. So Wilkins, basically, his interest is in aiming to redress the fetishization of noise as just randomness or chance. And it's a reduction to that which is unintelligible, that which cannot be known. So by situating the concept of noise within the context of contemporary science, and by recentering it around mathematical definitions of randomness in the context of complex dynamical systems, Wilkins builds a case for a concept of noise that can act instead of index intelligible constraint. So with that said, enjoy the lecture. It's really quite a vast and all-encompassing one. So I hope you enjoy it.
Okay, hi, I'm Inigo. So I'm going to talk about value capture and fugitive noise. Thank you, Patricia, for inviting me. Let's go. The title of the talk is inspired by two books here. So one is from Thi Nguyen's book, Games, Agency as Art, his work generally on games and gamification, where he develops the idea of value capture. And I'm going to kind of generalize that concept a little beyond the way he uses it. And secondly, by the work of Fred Moten and Stefano Hani, whose book here, The Undercommons, has the subtitle Fugitive Planning and Black Study. So first of all, I want to just distinguish between a number of different senses of noise, because they often get confused, and they're very overlapping. So the ones that I think that are relevant to this talk here will be, firstly, that there's a sonic sense of noise, and that can be understood in a number of different ways. So acoustics, psychoacoustics, phenomenology, subjective and objective viewpoints, negatively or positively. Then there's a what I could call an engineering sense of noise, and that's can be understood in terms of variability and variation as opposed to regularity, and in terms of disturbance from an activity or practice, or interference to communication, and data that are irrelevant to a certain study. Okay, so this is the kind of idea of noise that is in information theory and cybernetics, which I'll come back to shortly. Then there's a kind of normative sense of noise in value judgments. So, for example, when a conservative person says, oh, that's not music, that's just noise. Then there's an epistemic sense where noise is related to randomness, indeterminacy, unpredictability or the unknown, ambiguity. And lastly, the sense of noise related to resistance and escape from control. So which might be purely physical, like when a motor starts to break down, or it might be political, for example, when protesters make some noise. And the sense of noise I want to develop here is kind of crosses all of these different senses, right? I also want to distinguish between some different senses of value. So there's an economic idea of value that is basically that which is indexed by price. There's a mathematical idea of value, which is effectively the value of some variable, right? The amount that you add to some field. And then there's value as what's understood as what guides our actions and beliefs. Okay. I want to first of all say, okay, so to understand what noise means today, I think it's necessary to historically situate it. And I think you can see its kind of origins, the modern sense of noise in the co-development of capitalism, colonialism, probability theory, and statistics, which occurred around 16th century. So then you have a massive rise in the urban populations. So modernity is synonymous with both forced and voluntary displacement, with alienation, and with the loss of traditional values. And probability theory derives from the analysis of games of chance and gambling around this time. And statistics, which we can distinguish there, statistics about the collection and analysis of data, but it also then is usually using tools from probability theory to analyze it, right? So probability theory is key to venture capital, which was what funded a lot of the colonial expansion, insurance market, which is also what made it possible, and the stock market, which was kind of the engine of the whole development of capitalism. And statistics was central to the form of social control that developed alongside this, right? So there's a mania for measurement, collection, and categorization, and data collection requires categories or fields and units of measurement. So input into the database will be the value of a variable. This is the mathematical idea. So generally, this input must overlook or silence some variation or variability, so some noise. And so this statistical form of social power, in this statistical form of social power, the unruly masses were forced to conform to classificatory standards and norms. Deviants were subject to disciplinary force, and the unpredictable contingencies of nature were rationalized in the form of risk. So there's a turn from kind of the pre-modern idea of kind of fortune and chance to this kind of modern conception of probability and risk. So I'm basing this this analysis here on two books by Ian Hacking about probability. And I'm also thinking here of the work of Akie Mbembe, who talks about the rise of a technocratic mode of governance around this time, which he calls mercantile reason. So that's together with something like an enclosure of the commons, this is Moten's term, the construction of an individualist philosophy of freedom based on the social contract. So people like Mills and Kant and so on. And so this is basically a logic of inclusion, exclusion and enclosure, whose goal was, quote, to sort population groups, to mark them simultaneously as species, classes, and cases through a generalized calculation of risk, chance, and probability. Of course, there's a monstrous inconsistency between the Enlightenment ideals of reason, freedom, and universality that is being developed around this time, and the actual conditions of unfreedom that were both in the slums of Europe and in the colonies abroad. Okay, and I think it's important here to refer to the work of Charles Mills here as well, whose argument is that the social contract that defines this liberal episteme tacitly presupposes a racial contract and a sexual contract. That is, it's a contract between white men, which is based on the exclusion of non-whites and women from the seat of liberal power. So the racial contract, this quote here, the racial contract prescribes for its signatories an epistemology of ignorance, a particular pattern of localized and globalized cognitive dysfunctions, producing the ironic outcome that whites will be unable to understand the world that they themselves have made. So the idea of value capture that Nguyen develops is based on this thought that states and corporations want the world to be legible in terms that are processable from a bureaucratic center. So they need to impose management frameworks that are based on quantified and standardized metrics so that data can be captured, aggregated, and subject to mechanized, automated central control. So quantification and standardization counts by discounting qualitative nuance and interpretative context. It replaces values that are rich, variable, and uncertain with values that are simplified, narrow, regular, and exact. So the argument here is not that is not an argument against quantification or standardization, but against the particular way in which this narrows and simplifies and diminishes the rich possibilities of values and ways of being motivated and behaving and so on, right? So this whole kind of social forms, statistical form of social control, which developed from modernity onwards, then kind of accelerated in the 20th century. With the new developments, right? So in the 20th century, you have this new understanding of information based on the suspension of contextual interpretation and the construction of systems that eliminate or minimize noise. So information theory, Shannon's information theory, quantifies information by bracketing meaning. So for any data source, or message, or observation of a system, the quantity of information yielded is equivalent to the degree to which uncertainty is reduced. Okay, so it's measured in terms of uncertainty, and noise is minimized through redundancy. So you can get a very specific way of organizing the communication and noise. Then in computation, noise is practically eliminated because computers, digital computers take only precise quantified values as inputs and give them as outputs, and they always iterate exactly. So there's no variability in the way that they are going to produce, follow the protocols of a program, right? And lastly, in cybernetics, which is developing alongside this, so a cybernetic system is understood to maintain itself in an ordered state, so low entropy, by responding to disturbances in a way that minimizes the impact of noise. So in cybernetics, here we have a notion of information that's both quantified and meaningful, but the way it's meaningful is very kind of individualistic and conservative. I want now to shift to kind of think about the aesthetic side of the developments happening. So at the same time as this kind of 20th century, early 20th century, you have a kind of massive changes happening in the field of music, right? And one of those big changes is the sudden new importance of noise, right? And I think, usually the story is often told here about the kind of introduction of dissonance into classical music, or kind of, or the Italian futurist kind of idea of a music of noises, art of noises. And if you look at kind of many of the kind of progenitors of these new ideas at the beginning of that period, like Ferrezi and Rousseau and people like that, there's this kind of idea of like noise as a new frontier, as this kind of new land of possibilities. It sounds quite kind of colonial in some ways, like that a whole world to be discovered that's untouched. But it's quite a Eurocentric view that that noise is kind of untouched, right? Effectively, noise has been in music, in many kinds of music, since ancient times. I mean, if you think of kind of Japanese gagaku, Balinese gamelan, African zither, all of these kind of many kind of musical forms from different parts of the world have incorporated noise purposefully and meaningfully into their kind of repertoire for their aesthetic, for the aesthetic worth of those that phonic materiality, we could call, right? But I think there is something different about what happens with noise in the 20th century, and that's for several reasons, right? Firstly, there's the new audio technology. So you've got kind of the phonograph, the tape machine, synthesizers, later on computers and radio and so on. Also, you've got massive changes happening because of transcultural encounters, right? So between the Western music and African music, between folk traditions and classical traditions, between Asia and South American traditions. So a lot of these new forms are being born through these kind of meetings of different cultures. And then at the same time, we've got kind of I think a lot of the importance of noise in 20th century music has to do with changing social norms. So for example, the emancipation of slavery at the end of the 19th century has given rise to blues and jazz music, and for example, queer scenes were instrumental in kind of disco and funk, and then also it's the context of the production and reception of noise that is massively changed, right? Where you have these different audio technologies, but you also have that music being produced and received in urban environments of industrial and post-industrial kind of capitalism, right? So where that noise is expressive of those conditions, but also enacting kind of change in those conditions, right? So I think there's kind of multiple trajectories in the development of sonic noise over this period. One would be to follow a kind of classical line. You've got Schoenberg and Cage, post-serialism, spectral music. One, trajectory kind of goes along music concrete, acousmatic music, and electroacoustic music, where you have the development of the importance of the sampling of the concrete sound and the use of concrete sound in music. Then you have, like, I think most importantly, this kind of phonic materialism. This is Moten's phrase, phonic materialism, or fugitive noise of the Black radical tradition, which you can see going in this kind of multiple networked lines through kind of jazz, blues, free jazz, reggae, dub, hip hop, grime, footwork, trap. Fugitive in this kind of sense that it escapes the conditions, the economic conditions, the social conditions, the normative conditions, the kind of disembodied sense of Western musical form, the kind of purified form of tonality that's there, and so on, right? and I think, you know, that's this whole kind of sort of, in some ways, kind of noise in this 20th century kind of development was critical of the form of social order that it was embedded in, right? But we're no longer in that same social order, right? So we are now in, we could say, a neoliberal social order. And that would be characterized by, we could call, kind of platform capitalism or surveillance capitalism currently. And there, so the kind of binary form of inclusion and exclusion that was characterized modernity becomes more flexible and dynamic. So you have something more like a inclusive exclusion. And there's a kind of domestication of noise. So if the 20th century, you know, was based on this kind of minimizing or excluding noise, so robustness to noise, at the end of the 20th to the 21st century, there's this kind of shift to what we call resilience to noise. So noise is no longer an impediment to power, but it's a resource of power, right? So I think, you know, there's a pervasive tendency in contemporary art and music coming from the 20th century, but still here, which fetishizes noise, indeterminacy, contingency, and randomness. You know, which thinks of it as kind of subversive, but it's no longer transgressive or subversive in itself, because difference and resistance and noise is encouraged within a social environment, in the neoliberal social order, right? Within this kind of constructed social environment where values are narrow and simplified and standardized and quantified and predictably controlled. You know, so I call this kind of like these, you know, the states in some way that of the neoliberal order, by which, and not just states as in nation states, but then, you know, corporate states. I would call them predictive, artificially intelligent, noise resilient systems. So they kind of feed on noise and difference and resistance, and maintain themselves through kind of through predictively manipulating those. Right. So in that context, in the context of this new social order, can noise still be critical? Well, yes, I think so, and I think that we can distinguish between two kinds of sonic noise in that context, right? So one which kind of aimlessly gestures toward indeterminacy, so which expresses and enacts the current form of power. And two, another kind of use of noise which is critical. It transforms conditions of thought. It acts at the borders of sense and sensation to induce new affects, percepts, and concepts, which crosses and escapes and destabilizes the value capture of societal structures and institutions, normative boundaries, aesthetic categories, disciplinary divisions, etc. So just as examples here, I'll give you some example of musicians who I think are making a critical use of noise here. So Slickback, Chino Amobi, Klein, Hyphy, Dean Blunt, Pandai Jing, Dream Crusher, and PC Takun. These are just a few of many possible artists who I think are making critical use of noise, and you'll have to listen to them yourselves later on. So I'm just going to elaborate in a little bit more detail for two of these examples. So Chinua Amobi's Airport Music for Black Folk. It's a reference to Brian Eno's paradigmatic kind of ambient album, which is called Music for Airports, and it's basically a trenchant criticism of the privileged presuppositions of ambient music and of the unheard social asymmetries in the experience of such public spaces. So if Eno's composition gives a sense of open gateways and quiet urban freedom in the placid ambience expected by safe white travelers, in Amobi's piece, the racialized experience of airports are gestured towards, amplifying that which remains imperceptible to white orality in the process. Right? So it's noise at the border of sense and sensation, but literally at the border as well. Yeah, at the gateway to different countries. And then Klein's music, and I think, you know, Klein is often kind of easily kind of you know, approached through this idea of sonic ontology, which was developed by Mark Fisher and Simon Reynolds, and you know, they applied it to, for example, the music of Burial and The Caretaker and so on. So the sonic ontology is based on Derrida's critique of the metaphysics of presence. Right, so it's in opposition to the politics of authenticity. So it's emphasizing this kind of synthetic character of music, electronic music, and like the seance-like aspect of sampling, right? So, so there's a quote from Mark Fisher, who says, "Hauntology restores the uncanniness of recording by making the recorded surface audible again. Crackle unsettles the very distinction between surface and depth, between background and foreground. In sonic hauntology, we hear that time is out of joint. The joins are audible in the crackles, the hiss. The surface noise of the sample unsettles the illusion of presence." But yeah, I think, you know, in some way, this kind of tendency to see Klein's music like that is wrong. And, you know, Danveer Singh, I agree with Danveer Singh Brar when he argues that, you know, beyond the aestheticization of distortion and the foregrounding of the materiality of the recording apparatus, what Klein is doing here is she's critically engaging with the labor conditions of current music production. So her samples are not references to lost futures, which is the hauntological mode, but textural devices that construct the conditions for thinking and experiencing the contemporary. So, I mean, he's comparing Klein's album Tommy to Marvin Gaye's What's Going On. He's kind of saying, you know, Marvin Gaye's album was something like a labor dispute in the time of Motown's production line, and Klein's Tommy is one in the time of kind of digital capitalism, streaming, and so on. But, you know, I think you know, well, in her most recent album, Mattin, Fred Moten wrote some blurb for it, and he calls her there a discomposer. And I think this is an excellent description of what she's doing. So the use of samples, her use of samples, forces a state of productive discomposure in the listener that unsettles their place and displacement. So it rings an alarm, it unsilences and disquiets. I think her music explores sonic liminality in a number of different ways, with liminal being like this kind of transition state between kind of wake and sleep or so on. So it's exploring this kind of auditory and musical transitions and passageways, ambiguous figures and blurred borders. There's this kind of constant reversals and turbulent movement at the border between the background and foreground, distance and proximity, surface and depth, repetition and mutation. And there's this strong kind of dialectic between the aesthetic and the conceptual, which I think you can also see in Chino Moby's album there. So though Klein's work is often described as collage, I think it's better conceived as diagrammatic, and the samples as gestures within that diagram. And here, I mean, I'm not talking about the usual sense of diagram, it's based on the idea of diagram in French school of gesture theory. So the reference here would be Gilles Deleuze's work on Francis Bacon and Guerino Mazzola's work on music, and particularly his book on free jazz, which is based on kind of gesture theory. So the idea behind this kind of gesture theory conception is that the diagram doesn't occur within a given frame of reference, but it actively constitutes space and time through gesture. So gestures don't hit and prick their targets, but envelop and sketch processes and forces. So this is why the sample, I don't think, is a reference to a past, but or a lost future, but it's something like enveloping these forces, right? So gestures are communicative, but their production and reception don't depend on already established rules. They don't convey a sense, but they make sense. It's because they're fuzzy and uncertain that gestures can be so precise in their mobile figuration. So the diagram's germinal capacity to make a figure emerge depends on a certain degree of distortion, eruption, or catastrophe. And this Deleuze quote says that the diagram is indeed a chaos, a catastrophe, but it is also a germ of order or rhythm. So gestures presuppose collectivity, plenitude, passage, transformation, and incompletion. So, and it's in this sense that I understand what Mattin says in his blurb for Klein's album, Mattin. He says that he calls it an epic revolt against beginnings and ends. So gestures are kind of essentially reciprocal. That is their way of moving and being moved. And I think this idea of the kind of collectivity of gestures is condensed in Cavaillér's definition, where he says understanding is catching the gesture and being capable of continuing. So when Klein catches the gesture of 90s jungle in a distorted sample of its breakbeats, she's not only throwing it back and continuing it, therefore understanding it, but also making a hyper gesture. So, which is a gesture on a gesture, to the dynasty of problems that is inaugurated by that gesture. So this, I think, these are two examples of critical noise, which I'm just going to end my talk here there with a quote from Mattin's book, The Undercommons, which says, "Listening to cacophony and noise tells us that there is a world beyond the structures we inhabit and that inhabit us." Thank you very much. I hope that has been relatively understandable. And if you have any questions, please feel free to get in contact. Goodbye.
Hello again. Thank you for your continued attention and presence. It's actually, well, it's not a coincidence. This is programmed in this way, but it's a really interesting segue from the way Rana Hamadeh was dealing with the voice, right? This kind of imperfect voice versus this kind of a straightened tongue perfection of the voice. And it's a perfect segue because our next artist and theorist or philosopher is Martina Raponi. And she has also prepared a presentation of a new work, which she'll describe a particular special tool that she's used to make it. And I first encountered her work through the Unsound Festival that I believe happens out of Krakow. And it was curated by, or put together by the Liquid Architecture folks in Melbourne. And she was talking about the kind of like impossibility of the machinic listening to deaf vocal articulations. And so what happens when you remove that space of vibration from the perceptive realm of machinic listening? So the work that she's going to be talking about, and we'll show a clip as well after, is called _NNNV, the ULP experiment. And Martina Raponi is an artist and writer based in Amsterdam, researching noise and complexity. Martina published a book on noise called Strategie del rumore, interferenze, arte, philosophie et underground. Sorry for my bad Italian pronunciation. That's from, the publisher is Auditorium out of Milan from 2015. And she's co-founder of Noiser, an interdisciplinary research group focused on sound, active in the Netherlands since 2017. And together with the artist M. Dudek, Martina founded the Ansible Institute. It's a transitory speculative fiction laboratory. And she's a member of the RC51 on socio-cybernetics at the ISA, art theory tutor at the Willem de Kooning Academy in Rotterdam, and part of the NRU Noise Research Union, along with Inigo and Cécile. So we'll be really curious to follow this group because I think it's relatively new and see what manifests from them. So without further ado, I will cue the video from Martina.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. And thank you, Patricia, for inviting me to speak about NNNV, the ULP experiment. Let's get right to it. For this piece, I've been asked to work with a tool that Liquid Architecture has been developing with Reduct. It's a supercut tool which allows to edit sound and video by selecting words or phrases and reassembling them through repetition, rhythmic composition, and layering. The departure point of my intervention was a narrative fictional excuse where mutants have lived in exile underwater from a surface occupation of all-hearing aliens on a planet supposedly called Earth many eras ago. An event draws attention to these subaqueous beings, and the aliens deploy machines to detect the mutants, identify them, and possibly subjugate them. The story segment in itself is, as the rest of the narrative, meant to support the narration of and the reflection on the theories and the ideas that seduce me and interest me. As a CODA, acronym for Child of Deaf Adults, I've always been drawn to the noisiness of deaf culture, despite its silent quality. Silence in this case means not learning speech through auditory feedback, and in some cases, lack of spoken speech articulation or proficiency. The most infamous example connected to the noisiness of the deaf is the ear phonautograph invented by Alexander Graham Bell in 1874 with the help of Clarence J. Blake. This tool predates and was fundamental for the invention of the telephone. The ear phonautograph consisted of a machine similar to a gramophone, which, however, included something not mechanic at all, an excised human middle ear. This machine would transcribe the sounds as captured by a mouthpiece connected to the middle ear, whose ossicles and tympanum would vibrate and trigger the movement of a needle that would transcribe the, as Bell assumed at that time, fateful representation of speech. The first audible layer of noisiness that I assigned to deafhood is related to the following. The visual representation of language as produced by this machine, an organically enhanced machine somehow reversing the established notion of the cyborg, would have helped the deaf speak as hearing people do and mingle more conveniently with the hearing mass. The machine would have hopefully prevented the deaf from disturbing and disrupting the continuum of regulated and normative soundscape with their peculiar voices. The machine that Bell designed carried a bias that we can define nowadays as ableist, but also shows how machinic listening is not specific and unique to our contemporary times. Nowadays, we have machines that hear for us in order to be prompted to supposedly do things for us. If we think of the machine, the robota, as etymologically a servant of the human being. However, capitalism slightly bent this paradigm in the proliferation of devices that we rely on a daily basis, and I'm being here very reductive. One example is, obviously enough, Siri, and it relates to the second layer of the deafhood noisiness I mentioned earlier. Siri cannot understand deaf voices. It lacks the capacity of predicting what a specific articulation might mean, and it cannot understand the context in which the utterance arises and on which it depends. Speech recognition is an integral part of the development of what we define artificial intelligences. Training a machine to compute and understand human language was something that was deemed as weirdly and eerily impossible in the past. Let us think of the ear phonautograph once again and its figurative way of translating language through a compound of man and machine parts, but still destined to human understanding and interpretation. If the machine can actually understand us, what can it do with our words? At first, back in the 50s and 60s, machines could understand only numbers rather than words. Voices would speak out digits for the machine to compute. Fast forward to the 80s, when speech recognition had a major breakthrough due to the application of probabilistic models to the technology. The training of the machine in predicting what sounds could be interpreted as language was implemented in transcription and dictation technologies that became very popular in the 90s. It is with the 2000s and the internet that voice and speech recognition could expand thanks to the massive amount of data collected by users reaching an astounding accuracy. The consequences of this marvel of technological advancement bleed into the territory of mass surveillance. With technology accompanying us on a daily basis in our pockets, connected non-stop to the internet to which we interact by typing onto a screen or by speaking into an inbuilt microphone, our interactions and our searches are stored and computed, used to tailor personalized experiences of the World Wide Web, which means advertising. And this is when the robota understanding of the machine gets slightly bent from mere servant to extraction and mining tool camouflaged as innocent device for everyday use, for sociability and connection and so forth. Our voice is used to capitalize further on our tastes, needs and networked interactions. Let's think, for example, of that plan that Spotify had of implementing a voice monitoring function in order to enhance its recommendation system with music that would match our mood as interpreted by our tone of voice. But not all voices are easily detected and interpreted. If we consider, quote, abnormal speech, end of quote, as a broad category, we can say that it does not only include the deaf and hard of hearing, but also those who have speech impairments, those who speak with specific inflections or dialects, or even by extension, those linguistic minorities that are not represented within the realm of normative or mainstream if you want, speech recognition. The normative paradigm sold with specific machines is very hard to bend to the needs of the underrepresented, even though the underrepresented and specifically disabled people are at the core of the drive towards technological advancement. Disability is always forced into discourses around technology and cyborgism. But this is another story. Let's go back to Bell and the earphonograph and the telephone, but also, to take it a step further, to Norbert Wiener and the hearing glove, whose history has been expounded by Mara Mills in a paper titled On Disability and Cybernetics, which I highly recommend. Wiener considered deafness a disability insofar as it affected speech and excluded the deaf from mainstream communication. The glove would provide haptic and vibrotactile feedback for the deaf to correct their, quote, grotesque and harsh intonation, end of quote. The glove was disregarded by Helen Keller, the famous deaf and blind woman who tested it personally in the 50s, and that was only 3 to 4 decades later reintroduced as the cyber glove for entertainment. Now probably it will become very popular with the widespread discourse around the metaverse and the VR experience. But this shift from experimentation to the machine to other functions connects to my experiment. I like to call it experiment because much of the functioning of the tool I used with its bugs and glitches stayed mostly unfathomable to me, leading to outcomes that sometimes were not aligned with my expectations, but deeply interesting nonetheless. I tried to work with these glitches, and they allowed me to make a piece that is also a work in progress, that is continuing after the presentation at Unsound Festival back in October 2021. This experience/experiment allowed me to practice a sort of machinic sonic derive and find new paths within a seemingly closed text or closed recording. Besides deaf voices challenging Siri to understand them, for this piece I used sounds from Children of a Lesser God, a classic movie from 1986 about a school for the deaf, a recording of Helen Keller's voice, which in the piece seems to be uttering the words, "You might die," before the search and the attempt to identify the voices begins in the track. And lastly, the voice of the interpreter of Dr. Paddy Ladd, a deaf scholar, author, and activist who discusses the specific qualities and characteristics of sign languages and deaf cultures. From the latter, I isolated words that were significant for my own narrative and my own research, such as sign, obviously enough, and eugenics, which is, for example, the lens through which most of the deaf histories around the world, especially post-Alexander Graham Bell, are being read. By feeding the words back into the machine, I prompted it to reinterpret the words in an often absurd way, like the part where the voice from the main character in Children of a Lesser God intimates a deaf person to speak. The speak words assembled together created a rhythm that reminded me of a village fair with ridiculous buffoons asking the public to do silly and absurd things. The same absurdity is contained in addressing a deaf person with the explicit request or order to speak. While working with the machine, some previously recognized words would be recombined in a way that would make them sound differently, and for the hearing, these sounds would create new understandings. For example, beats repeated in different rhythms would create the word diabetes. Rhythm became a sort of camouflaging device, and the machine in itself became a remixer of sounds and meanings beyond the lexicon and semantics. Not all the words I experimented with made it to the piece you heard or will hear, such as diabetes, which you can't hear in the piece. A parallel can be drawn with sign languages and how words, as in not signs, and sounds function within deaf culture. They undergo the same process of cutting and vocalizing, which might make no sense when out of context. One example is the sign used in Italian Sign Language to say it's impossible. Pa, pa. Pa, pa. Sonically might seem to nudge towards a male figure representing a parental tie, but when coupled with this sign, comprising hand configuration, position in relation to the body, and movement, its meaning change. When we want to reintroduce it to familial semantic fields, we might want to contextualize it in a conversation where this sign appears, the Italian sign for father, pa, pa. Context is also of valuable relevance within the process of this experiment. For the machine, context would mean, for example, a specific word count around a selected item. But if we think of context in human communication, be it spoken or non-spoken language, we mean a multidimensional set of elements and affordances that allow us to grasp the meaning and distinguish the nuances of a specific word, sound, or sign. When decontextualized, even when I conceptually selected them, words are extrapolated as sounds without relying necessarily on their meaning. And when processed, Words become texture, rhythm. They create sense without necessarily making sense. Again, here, making sense and creating sense arise from the codependency and co-articulation of context and signal, context and information, which is the principle that generates signal as much as it generates noise. In this constant co-evolution, noise shifts, as it is not a given, but rather the result of a process. This is what Cécile Malaspina points out in An Epistemology of Noise, where she considers information as a process of individuation. Quote, individuation co-evolves with its own milieu. Both the final individual and its associated milieu are thus seen as byproducts of a same process of differentiation. Rather than being the first object of consideration, a given, the individual is thus what comes last. Conversely, the milieu is not what precedes individuation. In other words, it is not simply that to which the emerging individual adapts, but is itself a correlate of individuation. End of quote. The instrument used for this piece is also relevant within the fictional realm I've been moving through, as it became part of the narrative itself as a character, as the actual machine that in the fictional world is trying to detect and make sense of the sounds captured. In this case, I profited from the opportunity of having an actual machine do the narrative work for the device in the fiction, having it categorize and sort sounds recognized as words, but most importantly, the ones not recognized as words, as speech, utilizing parameters that exceed just language and that have to do more with just pitch, length, and so forth. What the machine cannot do is feel the actual vibrational intensity of a sound, grasp the multidimensional and haptic quality of speech, of utterances that create the context for the bodies that engage in communicational acts. Personally, I've witnessed the power of vibrational detection in the deaf and how the sound backgroundness that for hearing people represents the continuum from which signals are extracted is replaced by a sort of vibrational continuum, a kind of more elemental form of backgroundness, which also Helen Keller herself experienced in the dead room of Bell Laboratories before the more famous and most quoted anechoic chamber visit by John Cage. Quoting Mara Mills, quote, Keller described herself as a vibroscope. Like the telephone and other electroacoustic technologies, she was a partial translator of senses phenomena, themselves connected through the universal language of physical oscillation. End of quote. The sonic, sounding, listening, affecting, feeling all fall within the realm of a new way of understanding the engagement with the world. If seeing is a kind of having, if it implies possession, sound is the ultimate democratic paradigm when taken in its purest form as a vibrational event, hence putting aside for a moment the exclusive and exclusionary regime of the audible. Energy and motion are at the core of the notion of sound. The constant movement and agitation of bodies, be them inanimate objects or live beings, is what generates constant changes of pressure in the air. The waves flow and travel, touch, reflect, get altered, mutate. This constant flux of transformation and adaptation, albeit not frictionless, is a better depiction of our reality, even more so in our contemporary times than the intermittency of vision, the fragmentation of the image capture. I would like to end with a mention regarding the place I am in right now, in theory representing the opposite of where the narrative of the piece takes place. However, the Sahara Desert was once sea, and it is full of marine fossils that emerge from the sand and around the sites where ancient rivers used to flow. The voice of the dunes, the wind, the dust, the sandstorms all contribute to a very loud and droning silence. The desert is all but silent. In one of my walks, getting lost in the variety of the sameness, I was drawn to a specific shape that was emerging from the disordered pattern of stones on the ground. It is this stone, an acknowledgement of my silent listening, showing also in a visual fashion what had guided me through the process of making this piece, which is recognition, identification, interpretation. And probably the desert offered it to me to tell me that, yes, it is listening back. Thank you.
In the album Breviário, which bears the signature of its author, J.P. Caron, different field recordings appear, which focus is not so much on the technique of capture as on the immediacy of the recording. The idea is to apparently escape the deliberate elaboration of the artistic object or musical form. The form finds itself reoriented in the direction of offering an apparently inarticulate set of scenes from ordinary, intimate life. The use of hand recorders puts a body in the recording, therefore, in a certain sense, an ear in the listening experience. There is a point of view recorded within the recordings. But the banality of the sounds being recorded point not to a personalized, untransferably significant experience. Through the use of jump cuts between recorded sources and cut-up techniques, the recorded sounds are objectivated, separated from their original subjective content. But the index of the body, or ear, gives it its exemplifying stance, as generic memories of no one in particular. Lucas Pires is the author behind the Mortuário project. His first tape as Mortuário, released back in 2002 and re-released by Talk Label 10 years later, was called Necrophilia Propaganda, dealt with noise industrial, dark tropes. In 2016, Lucas offered Seminal Records a new tape. The project would no longer be called Mortuário, but rather AKA Mortuário, which means also known as Mortuário, as in the project that was once called Mortuário, introducing a distance between the previous and the current indexing of the project, which in turn begs the question, under what index currently This object that is identified by a foregone name shall be identified. The original master tape was buried in the ground for several weeks before it was transferred to the digital medium, replicating the decay theme that is exposed in the titles and in the sound content. Lucas informs me that he intended to leave tapes lying around at bus stops in Rio de Janeiro. I answered that probably no one would pick up a tape, since they would lack the motivation to listen to something that comes from nowhere, besides the fact that not everyone still owns cassette players nowadays anyway. The letting go of tapes around the city is an act that may well be completely ignored, and as an idea never have its existence noted. Here again, we inhabit the rift between being and being as, or seeing and seeing as. As before, noise is present in any material artistic configuration, but is it exemplified by it? Something can be unsigned, but how can the absence of signature appear as the presence of this absence itself? In other words, how to make anonymity appear. In the Dior project, the boundary of anonymity is effectively crossed. This is of course not the only time this has been done, and to demand originality from this act is effectively to depart from the ethos that justifies anonymity in the first place. Dior presents itself without the signature of an authorship beyond the project moniker, and consists in walls of saturated noise posted on Bandcamp. The possibility of online circulation seems to be constitutive of such a project, since it relies on the dynamics of sharing networks to have its existence noticed, to be seen as something. In a text about the project, Henrique points out the paradox that presides over it. As someone who confronts the outside, and all proud of herself wants to be able to indicate this to her friends, she can't, not completely. Because if she did it clearly, they wouldn't understand that the outside is precisely the place of the non-I. How is it possible to briefly make incursions into the anonymous, into the anomalous? To get there, you might need something casual, like a walk. In 2016, Dior did a short tour in Brazil. Because it is unsigned, it is unconsigned to the physical presence of any specific individual performance. This liberated the time of the tour from the shackles of successivity. The tour was carried simultaneously in the same date, the 14th of September, same hour, 8 p.m., in 3 different cities, Belo Horizonte, São Paulo, and Curitiba. In Curitiba, Sananda Cássia performed solo. The audience is of course able to see the performers. In her performance, she chose to try and swallow contact mics, while feedback was produced, eventually gagging and vomiting. In the video version of that available on YouTube, the performer's face was censored, yielding the sense that it is not her as subject that is being exposed, but her bodily reflexes that become the subject of the performance. In Non-Empty and in AKA Mortuário, an effort was made to distance the subjective author from the material consistency of the musical processes. In Breviário and in Dehors, the intimacy of what is mine is objectivized as that which belongs to no one in particular. This puts forward a possible blueprint for understanding different strategies for dealing with anonymity in different guises and at different levels.
So, welcome back. We have reached the end, and I'm not sure if anyone has any more energy to, or you have questions or any sort of comments. Again, I have to shut down Twitch when I speak to you for bandwidth reasons. I'm going to kind of assume that everyone's pretty saturated. It's been a really full day. So many different angles to consider noise that I think we got exposed to from various practitioners, and of course so many interesting links emerge throughout, which I'm going to have to definitely ruminate on, because of course, just like you, this was the first time that I saw this all sequenced together. So I think unless there is any question or comment, just wanted to mention again the little reminder about the idea of making this sort of collective collective glossary of sorts, I thought could be just a nice way to kind of acknowledge this sharing, not of the common space, but of the common time of like a large, what is it now? We're at around 8-hour binge watch session together. Yeah, and then I'll leave it at that if there's nothing else. And I just want to say a big thanks to Alex Jans again for all the coordination behind the scenes on the live stream, and apologies to you viewers who tune in. I think at the beginning there was a couple that were like a little bit wonky internet connections can happen, so apologies. But I think the rest of the connections seem to be quite decent as far as I could tell. So thanks for your attention, and looking forward to seeing those glossary entries you come up with. Thanks.